Hey Cargo, it's going okay. I haven't been as productive today. I feel like today's like the first day I've really been working on the business. So it's been a little bit slow. I wish I was a lot more productive today, but I I feel like I didn't really get much done overall today. How are you doing? Are you at work right now? Actually, I'm not even sure if I set the stream up correctly. Last day till your weekend, then listing next 2 days. Nice. So you have like Sundays and Mondays off. I just have some days where I feel just like really lazy, and I think my sleep schedule is starting to get like messed up. Even though I went to bed after the stream, was that just like last night? I don't know. My days kind of blend in together now. I got up at a reasonable time, and then I got tired in the late afternoon and took a nap, and yeah, now my sleep schedule's messed up. And I really want to fix it. Like, I consider staying up all night tonight and trying to fix it, but I don't think that's gonna work. I might just go to bed later and then try to just not sleep as much and try to stay up all day tomorrow, or the rest of the day tomorrow. I still have like furniture that I need to finish building. Like, I have a new table like a new used table that I bought. I need to put together. It's like an IKEA one, and it shouldn't take very long to put together. But I still have one of my, I guess you can kind of see them, one of those shelves I'm going to put like right behind me. So I'll have 4 of those, but I've been lazy and I haven't been trying to put together. It should only take me about like an hour to put together, maybe less, if all the parts fit correctly. It's just find the motivation to actually do it. But I feel like this part of the business I need to focus on more. Like, I don't really need a table right now since I have 2 tables. A third is a little bit overkill, but I like a bigger table to like work on. The current table I work on right now, like a third of it just has a bunch of like my crap on it. I need to organize a bit better. Wait, yeah, how is my stream set up? Mobish is tough. Do you have a sorting tray or mats? Yeah, so I think you can see it. Like, this is my this I bought this mat plus this mat here. I don't know if you can see it. I'm assuming you're like watching on your phone. But I have these 2 mats here. And this is my play mat that I typically play Magic on. This one I was going to use as like a Magic play mat, and it's just kind of like it's supposed to be like a desk, like mouse pad. But I realized, even though I like the design of this one, it's a little bit too long whenever you go to a Magic event, because you only have like so much space, and this is like a few inches too long where it would like overlap with like other people's mats. But yeah, I use these two mats, and I do have two pretty good sorting trays. I realize now, like I thought the sorting trays would be a lot more useful, and they are useful. Like here, let me show you. Like I have like two of these like Titan Shield sorting trays, and they're like so much better than the like BCW ones that you see a lot of people using. I like these, but I find when I'm doing smaller sorts... hold on, let me put these back real quick. Yeah, when I realize that when I'm doing smaller sorts like this, where there may be... you were watching me list them yesterday. For each color in a set, there's about 12 to 13 cards. When there's only that like few cards, I feel like sorting like this is easier. But when I'm sorting, let's say like Magic, and I have, A through Z, that's when I use those Titan Shield sorting trays, because I'm able to, because there's just like a lot more cards like within like a set or something. And I can do like multiple different sorts. What shelves you got? I'm currently looking for some cases of card storage. You mean the ones that I have, I guess like back there? Tendo? Or are you talking about like these like BCW 5-row boxes? Yeah, if you're talking about those black shells back there, I think I don't know if I probably need to create a video on it. I've talked about it, but I got these ones in the back here from Costco, so I have 4 of them, and I have those 3 built now. They're from Costco, so you can probably buy them online at Costco, although I think they're a little bit more expensive online for some reason compared to like buying it in person. But they were like $90, and I think on the box itself they say that they're like gorilla shells, but I think the company name is called... I don't know if I still have the box. Oh, I do have the box down there. Let me see if I can read it real quick. I don't see the company name. Let me see if I can look it up. I think I remember the name of them. I think they're like Wallen shells? Or Walden? Whalen. Let's see. Whalen shells. Costco. Yeah, I went to Costco and I saw these, and I was like, oh, I need to get shells like this, and they were only like $90 each, which isn't too bad when you compare it to that brown shelf. I don't know if you can see it. It's the one that's like wrapped in plastic still. That brown shelf is like $1,000, and that's from like IKEA, but it's a much more crazy shelf that has a lot of drawers. So yeah, Whaling has like different ones. They have like ones that are more heavy duty than the ones I have back here, but those ones are like $200, and these ones were only $90, and I didn't feel like I needed a super heavy duty shell. Yeah, I can't seem to find it for some reason. I guess I can link you like the heavy duty one here. So yeah, those are like the heavy duty ones, but they have ones that are not as heavy duty, which are the ones I have. and they're not the ones I linked are longer, which is the ones I considered getting. I just didn't like how there was kind of like a grate, but these ones are like 48-inch by like 31 or yeah, 31 inches or something. Looking sorting trays, I just ended up making custom mat with A through Z and extra token slots. Yeah, I've seen people do that before too, where they will just like draw it on their mat. I think when you're sorting through Magic though, and you're doing it for a long period of time, you will start to get that like neck strain. At least I feel like I get neck strain whenever I sort for long periods of time, which is why I feel like the sorting trays that will make it so they're kind of like, you don't have to like crank your neck down, and they're at an angle still, so you don't have to look down as much. It's a bit easier on you when you're sorting for like long periods of time. I'm about to buy a few cases of Pokemon boxes from Japan. I'm looking for storage area for them. Oh, okay. I need to find a good Japanese distributor. So if you know one, definitely let me know. I feel like there's a lot of scammers out there, which is like what I worry about. Yeah, it took me a while to decide on like which ones to get. I went with Costco because I feel like most Costco things that they get, they're pretty good quality. They're good quality and they have a good return policy. So I feel like if I have like any issues with it, even like months, or I don't even know if you can like return it like years down the line, they'll take it back. If you're not happy, like I've seen someone, what was it? I was there like a week ago, and someone had used one of the Dove soap bars, and they didn't like the way it smelled, and the Costco person was just like, yeah, of course, like return it back. If you don't like it, return it. So they will let you like use something, you don't like it, like return it. But yeah, I made my setup a little bit more different than what they recommended. So I don't know how well you can actually see it. I mean, you can see the very top of the shelf there. I mean, that's like the very top. But yeah, like I said, I kind of made a video rough, like while I was like working on them. But like the first four tiers, they're not as, there's like less space on it. And then like the very bottom tier is like a lot wider. That's what I just use for storage down there. So I put like all my heavier stuff on the bottom, and I use the next four in order to put like all of my card trays. Neck strain is rough, especially when I'm 6'2", and it gets rough after 3. Yeah, I'm about 6 feet tall, so I definitely feel you on that. I don't like, I feel like after I'm done sorting for a few hours, I'm like really just exhausted afterwards. Especially when I try to go to bed, and it's hard to like relax because there's all that like neck strain. Yeah, I wanted to get some, I like looked into potentially buying some Japanese like Terrestrial Festival, and what the new, they just released today, no, yesterday. Released yesterday. Was it Battle Partners? Those were two boxes I was interested in getting. It's just, I don't know who to really trust when it comes to trying to buy overseas. I've just heard of so many people getting scammed out of their money. Because you're wiring them money. You don't know them, you've never met them, and you just don't know if they're actually gonna send their cards or not. This streaming like this is actually easier. Trying to like list. So yesterday I was trying to list, and chat and talk, that was harder. This is definitely easier to do. So if I do streams, it might be, I don't know, sorting streams maybe. Although like this type of sorting is easier, I feel like with Magic it's a little bit more complicated, more especially when you're like sort setting, since I don't know all the sort symbols. Doing like the A through Z sorting, that's a little bit more mindless, I think. That's when I usually like to like watch a TV show while sorting. Never buy overseas, it sketches me out. Yeah, I am a bit risk adverse, so it just like worries me a bit. Like, you know, even if I were to buy, let's say like 2 boxes or something, and you know it's like 100. That's not even that cheap anymore. It's like $150, $200 for like 2 Japanese Pokemon boxes, and they end up like scamming you and never sending them to you. Like, for someone like me that's very small still, like to make that money back, that would take me a while. Let's see. 8, 9, 7, 6. Yeah, eventually I would like to, I think once I don't know, if I can find a Japanese wholesaler overseas to be able to buy, you know, like a case of different, like a variety of different, Pokemon sets, I would like to try and do that, and then eventually try to, like resell them. I just don't know if I'm ready at this point yet to take that chance. Okay. One color sorted. Only issue selling sealed is the space it takes and the capital it takes up. Oh man, all my cards keep falling. It's annoying having to pick them up again. This space issue, yeah, I can kind of see that. Especially, it depends on like what it is. But I mean, Cargo, you buy boxes of Magic, right? And then you open them, so it's about the same amount of space. Capital wise, I mean, I guess you, like I said, you're buying sealed boxes of Magic and you're opening them up. So I feel like capital and space wise, like that's not too much of an issue. I think it's more so like you know, you're buying, let's say, a box of Crystal Festival Pokemon, like a Japanese Pokemon box for like $80, and you're selling it for like $90. Yes, that's still like a $10 like profit. But if you're selling it on like a platform like TCG Play or eBay, then they're taking, you know, like 13 to 15%, and then you need to also consider like your shipping costs as well, like the box. If you're actually offering free shipping, if you're offering free shipping, then you're definitely losing money. But if you're not and you're making the customer pay, you can, you know, like mitigate that cost by making them pay. But customers aren't willing to pay You know, they're not going to be willing to pay like $90 plus the shipping cost when they can get it like $90 shipped or something. Found someone who I can try with for the first time with PayPal, so I can refund it if it goes bad at least. Okay, so you did like PayPal goods and services, and are they like from Japan? Like, are you ordering? Are they like a Japanese like wholesaler overseas? I need to turn my heat down. I think I have it on too high. Yeah, being able to do like PayPal goods and services is good, but all of the Japanese wholesalers that I've spoken to overseas, they charge 5% for PayPal goods and services, and they make you pay for it. So that's a big hit. I mean, that cuts into your margins quite a bit. Like your margins are small already, and when they're charging you or you're having to pay like 5%, just to use like PayPal goods and services. Granted, yes, it does give you that protection, but you know, like you're looking to basically almost like just break even at that point if you're going to use PayPal goods and services. Space is easy. I can stack 8 5 rows on each shelf. Wait, 8 5 rows on each shelf. Wait, what kind of? Oh, okay. Wait, I'm assuming you don't mean like like all 5 rows on top of each other. You probably have what, like an 8 tier shelf? With the box opening, I can usually sell 90% of the value in the first month, so turnover is rather quick. That's pretty good if you're able to sell at 90% of the 90% value, which means you're either getting like a really good deal on the boxes, or you're finding things with really good like estimated value. I wish I could do that. It's like I would rather do that rather than trying to source magic bulk, because like some of the magic bulk I get, like almost all the cards are like lightly played and below. So it's like I don't really want to sell them. Went to Facebook and set my location to Tokyo and started to search through people and message a lot of them. Oh, I didn't know you could actually do that on Facebook. Interesting. I've heard a lot of sellers in Japan, though, won't be willing to try and sell to you, or they don't sell in Japan just because the taxes are high and it will eat into their profits. So I'm surprised that you were able to find like a Japanese reseller that way. I've never heard of anyone doing that before though, but that's a good idea, I guess. Use Mox Alpha? Yes, but I don't buy enough sealed products in order to make use out of that. Was it like $40 a month if you pay for a year, and it's like $50 a month if you pay like month to month? So I've used her like box simulator before, but it only lets you use up until what, like Murders of Carl Manor, to like simulate like what a box would be like, and that part is helpful. It's just the other parts of Mox Alpha that I would like to see what it's like. I've seen like what, like RNG Games, I had made a video about it before, but that was like early on when Mox Alpha was still pretty new. But I would like to see like what it's like and how useful it is. I just wish they had like a trial type feature to like try it out for like a week or something to see what it's like. Yeah, I'm always trying to think of ways in order to. Oh no. I think I mixed a couple sets together. But yeah, I'm always looking for ways of trying to I guess make more money or like diversify. Like even if I were to sell sealed, I would probably do sealed and still be doing bulk at the same time, and eventually maybe move away from bulk if sealed is like just like selling sealed itself is more profitable. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. I have like a couple sets like mixed together. I really screwed up when I was sorting these last two sets. Subscription gives you so much information. It's crazy. Yeah, I bet. It sounds like it's a pretty good resource. I mean, I would love to be able to see like what it's like. Do you actually feel like you make that $40 a month that you actually pay to be able to use Mox Alpha though? Like, are you buying and selling that much where you're able to, I guess, like make that money's back? You and your brother are making a website and looking to sell sealed cases? Nice. I mean, I would like to have like my own website too, but I feel like I'm still too new. I think going into business like with like a family member does help a lot. Like you guys can share the expenses. You guys, it's two people. Like having more people to be able to like focus on a business is definitely there's a lot of pros to that. TikTok content and see what happens. Yeah, I've done. I think that's definitely a good idea. I've done some shorts as well. Like, well, whenever I make YouTube shorts, I just kind of throw it onto like Instagram and TikTok. It's like very low effort. I feel like my TikTok content and my Instagram content, it gets like very little views compared to my YouTube content. It's not very well edited though, so that's probably why. But I figure if it kind of helps like bring people to like my YouTube channel, and I can eventually just like grow it over time. And if YouTube takes off a little bit more better for me, like if I can get to 1,000 subscribers, I probably will put more effort into creating more better content. One case pays for the subscription, extra money on top. Margins on good sales for like 15% or so. That's pretty good, yeah. I just don't know how accurate Mox Alpha is. And I know you need like a large sample size when you're opening boxes in order to see that average. I just like know there are some sets within Magic that are a little bit all over the place. Like what set? I think I tried to simulate one set before. I don't know, it was like Lost Caverns of Ixalan or it was like Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Like you can have a box that only will like give you like $45-50, but then you'll have a box that will be like $180 or something. So the variance is kind of high for some of like the Magic sets out there, and I feel like those are the ones I would try to stay away from unless the average was like the EV was like fairly high. I just don't like I don't like variance. Like it's just like whenever you decide who to go first in Magic, and I don't know if like Arena does like high roll or if they do like they flip a coin. But I feel like in person, I always tell people that I play against, I basically lose 70% of my high rolls. So if a person is willing to, I always ask them if they want to do like low roll goes first. Or like low roll gets to decide, I should say, because not everyone wants to go first in Magic. I always want to go first in Magic, but I know some people like to go second or be on the draw. So I'm like, okay, that's fine with me. I will definitely take the play. Outlaws is weird, but Baldur's Gate has been good for a while, especially since the boxes are cheap. That's what I heard about Baldur's Gate. That was before my time. I do see Baldur's Gate cards every once in a while whenever I get bulk. Is that the one that's... What's the set name for it? Or the 3-letter? Is that AFR? I can't remember. I remember what the 3-letter set name for that one is. I know I've seen them, and I've seen some of the cards, and some of them look pretty neat. But yeah, I'm not sure if I would like to get to the point where I'm buying enough Magic, or like cases of like boxes consistently, in order to use a site like Mox Alpha. Like, I don't know how difficult it is to like use it. If it's pretty like intuitive, pretty simple to use, where you can just click on, or it will even like rank them, like which is like the highest EV box out there like currently. I don't know how often it gets like updated. Is it always like updating to see what the current cards are going for? Was the first DVD set? What is that? Double set? Baldur's full name is Commander Legends Baldur's Gate. Okay, yeah, I don't know. There's so many Magic sets that I don't know. Like I don't know most of the what was I gonna say? I don't know most of the even the 3-letter names for them. Which is why I really only know the ones, like, I guess I know Wilds of Eldraine, because that was like right before I started playing. But everything else after that, or before that, I don't know. Oh, I did sign up for, I'm sure you've heard of like Alpha Investments. I did sign up for the Patreon for that, to see if I could, so I could actually try to buy some like cheap Magic boxes. So I need to decide on which 6 boxes I want to buy from his Patreon. I feel like a website like Mox Alpha would be like really good to be able to use like right now, where I'm trying to decide. There's some of the boxes that he has for sale you can only buy like one of, or like I think Bloomburrow he only lets you buy 3 of, because it's like out of print right now, or I guess there's not a lot left. And I think Wizards of the Coast is trying to print more of. And I think Foundation's Jumpstart you can only buy 1 box of. I don't know if that's just like a really high demand like box right now. I know like the EV for that was pretty good when it first released. I don't know what it's at now. Oh, you are in Rudy's Patreon too. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I literally just signed up for it, I think like 2 days ago or something. I completely forgot about it. And I need to decide on which like 6 boxes I want to get. So if you want to share some info on like which ones like you got for this month and which ones may have like a really good like high EV, then I'm all ears. Like I thought about going 3 Bloomburrow, 1 Jumpstart, and like 2 Infinity, since that those are the ones that are going to be going away soon. Like Crimson Vow doesn't seem like the EV is very good. I don't know about Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Duskmourn? Yeah, see, Duskmourn, whenever I simulated it on the Mox Alpha site, it was pretty good. Duskmourn or Bloomburrow, so you feel like the Infinity one is like not worth getting? I don't know why people because I tried asking recently on that thread, and everyone was like recommending me to go and get like Infinity essentially, or any of the draft booster boxes. But I feel like the draft booster boxes aren't really that good. Like I still have like a bunch of like Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I have both draft and set boosters from Lost Caverns of Ixalan still. It just seems like the play boxes have better value. I didn't realize Duskmourn was so good until I tried to like look at simulating it the other day. It seemed like that one had a decently high average EV, and the variance didn't vary that much. But I know like Bloomburrow, like when I went to the Bloomburrow pre-release, that was a very popular set. It was crazy how many people were at the Bloomburrow event. Yeah, I know the pre-release I went to, it like sold out and sold out pretty quick, and it was really packed. Are there any other Patreons like Rudy that you know of, Cargo? Like I heard of, what is it called? I don't remember what his name is. I watch his content sometimes. It's like some store in the Midwest or something. Let me see. Rogue Deck Builder. I know that person has a Patreon too, but I don't know how much his boxes cost. But I figured like with Rudy, his one seems pretty popular and he seems like he has pretty good deals. That I would at least like every month buy like my 6 boxes and then maybe like look at other Patreons from there, because I'm not sure if you can have multiple Patreon accounts and still be a Patreon of Rudy, so like having like 2 accounts and being able to get like 12 boxes, so like 2 cases. Final Trade has one? Oh, okay, I didn't know Final Trade has one as well. I've seen some of his content. It's very, like very detailed and like technical. Like I don't understand all the things he's saying sometimes. I know about kitchen table TCGs, and I believe I'm in his Discord as well. But kitchen table TCG, I feel like his prices aren't as good. Are you a part of both of their Patreons as well, and do you buy from both of them as well? Rudy's only one account. I think two can get you banned if I remember correctly. Okay, that's good to know. I wasn't sure, but I thought like if I really like Rudy's like offerings, I would consider trying to get two. But if it's not allowed, then um, yeah, I wouldn't do it. Like if I had like another address or I knew someone else that could do it for me, like I do have some friends that live like half an hour away that I could see if they could. I don't know if I could like set up another account and like use their like address or something, and just like pick up the boxes like from them like every month. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'll have to see if buying 6 boxes a month, like how that's gonna do for me, and if I can flip it. Like flipping it sealed would be like the easiest thing to do, so I don't have to worry about like sorting through it all. Um, but if it has higher EV, then I would be definitely willing to spend the time trying to like sort through it and pull as much money as I can out of the boxes. Yeah, I'm reading like the thread right now, and it seems like there are a few people that have, I guess, like replied to my question about like what to get. They're all either saying like they're all saying like draft boxes, which is very surprising. Yeah, I definitely need to decide what today's 25th. I have about 6 days to decide still. I think I need to set up my PayPal. I haven't used PayPal in a while, and I need to set up my PayPal and get my order in before the end of the month. Paused it 1 month and got banned, which I'll try reaching out to him. Kitchen table I haven't tried. Did Final Trade have comparable prices to Rudy? I always thought Final Trade was like a little bit smaller, and he just buys sealed products for himself to like basically do. I didn't realize he buys a lot of sealed product in bulk, or he has like a distributor in order to give you like a good price. Rudy and eBay are go-tos. Oh, okay. I haven't spent a lot of time looking on eBay before. But yeah, I've heard eBay you can get good deals. I think the one thing that scares me about eBay is, you know, not knowing if a box had been like tampered with in any way. And, you know, like the people that sell on there may not be as like reputable. At least like with Rudy, like he's been around for a while. People has been a Patreon of his for a while, so you know he's a lot more reputable and he has a bit more of a reputation. Yeah, I feel like six boxes a month is plenty starting out, at least for me right now, since I I have so many cards to go through. I mean, I guess that's like a really good issue to have, is so much supply. I forgot. These are mixed up. It's like more info market stuff, but he sells just more like sealed investment. Flipside Gaming is the best eBay store. Like 1 million sales. I've bought around 15 boxes from them. Yeah, that's why I thought like with Final Trade, I figured he was just a channel about, yeah, like he does like a lot of Excel sheets, graphs, basically about like market stuff. So I thought he was a small enough person where he just buys and maybe like sells like his own stuff, but he doesn't sell like on like a really big level. So I'm surprised that he actually has a Patreon that you can actually buy sealed products from him as well. But Flipside Gaming, I don't think I've heard of. Well, I mean, I haven't really looked on eBay. Let me see. Flipside Gaming eBay. How long have you been buying from them for now? That you've already bought 15 boxes. Well, they're selling Ether Drift for 110, which isn't bad. I think I've seen it as cheap as like 106. I don't know if it's like free shipping, and I'm sure you get tax. I just feel like the tax, especially because like where I live, tax is about like 10%. It is, if I lived in a state or a city at least that had no tax, that would be ideal. But I think that's a downside of having to buy things online. Most places charge tax, and Rudy doesn't charge tax, which helps me a lot. Tax really kills any kind of like profit margins I can like really make. Let's see. Does he sell Pokemon as well? His older videos used to resell singles for balders. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I figured he did. He just basically opens packs and he like resells. But 4 months and you bought 15 boxes already? That's pretty good. Flipside Gaming seems like they have decent prices, I think. Let's see if they sell Prismatic. They only have the text stickers. I guess not. Oh, he sells the Foundation's Jumpstart for 90 bucks. Free shipping, but I would get charged tax, so that would bring it to like $100. They're in New York. Yeah, let me see. If I were to try and buy a box of Foundation's Jumpstart, yeah, it'd be $99.17 for me. I mean, I guess it's only $8 more than like what Rudy charges. But I don't know what the EV is like for Jumpstart 2025, so that's good to know that this this eBay person exists, though. I'll probably save them, like save the seller and like look at them like later some other time when I feel like I might be wanting to invest in some like sealed boxes, or like what's Mirza Karlov Manor was pretty good, but they've shot up in price. Okay, oh, I don't think he has any. only have collector boxes. EV on that's 150, 160, I think. Tax is rough though. Some boxes he does like 5% off for over 4 boxes. Oh, okay, yeah, that would help then. Yeah, I don't know what the tax is like there in Indiana, but I feel like Washington State has some of the highest taxes, or at least like the city I live in has like some of the highest taxes. It's very close to 10%. I think it's just under 10%. So buying anything, it definitely hurts. These taxes just kind of kill most of my profits if I want to buy something. You know, did the other guy leave already? Tendo. I'm curious to hear like where he actually gets his Japanese Pokemon from though. Or like how that's gonna pan out. I would like to get into that market, like just Pokemon in general right now. It's nuts. Like if you can do English Pokemon, that's better. But I feel like Japanese Pokemon is a lower starting point and like easier to get compared to like English Pokemon. 7%, which is not the best, but volume is the game with cracking pack stuff. Yeah. It's still like you're adding 7% on top of what your margins would be. So like when people say that they can get a box of something for $100, you know, they're not saying it's $100, like they're paying $100 plus tax. So, you know, that like even for you, that 7%, if you typically will have like a 15-20% margin on like reselling something, and that 7% tax now makes it like 8% or 13% margins that you have now. Which means if I do have to, like if I am going to be buying sealed products and opening them, then the EV needs to be higher in order for me to be able to make a profit. So yeah, I wish I lived in a place that either had no tax, like Portland. In Portland, Oregon has 0 tax, like sales tax. So people that live there can just buy things and not have to worry about paying sales tax. Although I think they have like a higher, I don't know what it is, like property tax or some other tax to like make up for it. But I don't own my place, so I guess I don't care about that type of tax. Yeah, I definitely want to move out of bulk though if I can. So I'm just realizing how time consuming bulk like this is. I would rather be doing like what you're doing, card cargo, and like buying sealed boxes, opening them since they have high EV, selling all the rares and mythics and any like good commons and uncommons, and then just having all that extra bulk and just like selling it for like $5 per thousand or something, or even $10 per thousand, and just like moving all that bulk like quickly and just like churning through cases of magic instead. That way I know all of my cards are going to be basically like near mint. I'm selling like higher value cards. eBay credit card, I think they do 2% or so. So it cuts down to 5, but you can't hold a balance or it's way worse. Yeah, I would never hold a balance on any credit card. I think I've seen the eBay credit card before, but I didn't know what the perks were. But if you're buying a lot from eBay, or I guess like whatever website you are buying from, I think definitely like the credit cards are worth getting in order to get that like cash back or whatever like benefits they give you. Like I don't even know what the Amazon one does, but if you buy like a lot from Amazon, I'm sure the Amazon card's worth getting. Oh, my back is starting to hurt. Amazon's 3%. I'm paying that one off though from early 20s, so I don't use it. Okay. Yeah, I have to look into getting some credit cards. Even like a credit card to be like using to buy cards from like, or buy boxes from like Rudy. So how many boxes do you typically buy each month? I mean, the fact that you can buy them fairly often and what you said, like sell 90% of the value of the box within the first month is pretty good. So you're basically getting back your investment, most of your investment, within the first month to then be able to then buy more and slowly sell off like the remaining cards that you've opened. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm doing bulk and why I decided to start with bulk, because I felt like it was like lower margins, and I also wanted to just like sell all of my extra draft cards that I've got. So I still have like a lot of rares from different sets that I need to list. I think I have at least like 1,000 different like rares and mythics I need to list. I just need to find the time to do it. Probably after I'm done with all this like One Piece stuff. 6 with backlog. Too much stuff to sort. Okay. 40 boxes. That's quite a bit to have to sort through. Like at that point, you kind of need like a sorting robot or something to help you out. 40 boxes. That's quite a bit. Have you just not been buying as much because all the sales have been done since Christmas? I know there were like a lot of good deals for Black Friday on TCG Player, and I wish I took advantage of it then, but I didn't know enough about how the sales on TCG Player like worked. And I was just like so focused on trying to get more of my product on TCG Player at the time and make sales. So I did make a good amount of money for like that Black Friday weekend and throughout like December. But I wish I bought some product as well. Yeah, even if I could get to like 20 boxes a month, that was like buying, ripping open, and then like listing online, that would be great. Like I thought about, I don't know if the Aether Drift commander decks would be like worth buying, but I don't know like what a good price point would be for those. Car issues, why hours were kept for the month, but really if you buy like 2 cases of a set, it's super easy to sort compared to what goes into bulk. Yeah, because bulk can be like it could span like multiple sets, but I would want to diversify unless I knew that particular set box was really good and I could sell most of those cards fairly quickly. Especially if you can get it when a set first releases. I think that's like what I would worry about, is having too much of just like one product type. But I guess that's how you would also like build up your inventory. I just need to be able to figure out like what's actually a good deal. But I mean, you have Mox Alpha, so I think that helps you a lot. I think being able to like, I probably need to like just like do some research and go online and see if anyone has like a video tutorial on like what like Mox Alpha is like now. Because I think the only Mox Alpha video I've ever seen is the one put out by RNG Games, and that was like over a year ago or something. So that one's probably like out of date. Commanders are safer, but less margin. Mox Alpha has those on there as well, plus building inventory helps when people come for those single cards. Yeah, I wanted a wider inventory. I feel like all of the like modern boxes, because I used to draft as well, I feel like any of the current sets I get a lot of already because of drafting and going to the pre-release. But now that I only do the pre-release and I don't draft anymore, I'm not getting as many cards as I used to. So being able to buy modern like new set release boxes and open them and being able to sell the singles, that would be probably like ideal of a way of like having a lot of, I mean, commons usually don't sell very well, but there are some like good uncommons. Being able to get like more uncommons to be able to sell and have in your inventory. about Mox Alpha. It's really a shot in the dark, unfortunately. I can't remember his name. You mentioned him yesterday. Game something, but he has a video on it. Beard, tall guy. LSV? Wait, beard, tall guy. I'm trying to think. Is he like a bigger YouTuber or like a smaller YouTuber? Beard and a tall guy. Not that legendary cardboard guy, is he? Does he have a beard? I don't know if he's tall or not, though. Yeah, I wish there was a way for me to... I wish there was a group of people, like, locally that I could, like, bounce ideas and information off of, or, like, even, like, a group where we could share, like, a Mox Alpha account. I don't even know if that's even possible. Then that way we're able to split the cost of, like, certain services that could help with, like, the business. Or even just like having like another person to help me with the business, so it's kind of like a partner where we would, you know, both invest in it. We were both like working on growing it. I feel like when it's just by yourself, it's so much harder, especially when you're starting out with like no knowledge at all. Oh, game vitamins. Is he tall? I can't tell. He's always sitting down, so I can't tell. He does have a beard, though. Did he actually make a... I know he talks about Mox Alpha, but I don't think he actually shows how it works. At least I don't think I remember ever seeing him, like, show a video of how Mox Alpha works. I know he talks about it, and that he mentions that he uses it to figure out like the EV on boxes. Like I remember him talking about getting a fizz batch, and those things are very expensive. Like if you were to buy one, it's I think like 50,000 or something, and if you were to rent one, it's still really expensive. And I don't know, like he started his channel talking about how he was going to use $1,000 to start his business, and then he just like I don't know what happened. He like snowballed. He started spending so much money. I'm like, you're not like starting off as like a small guy and then like growing it. Like he dumped like tens of thousands into his business pretty quickly. Yeah, I mean, that would be helpful to know, like, EV of boxes. Like, for me, it would be, because I'm only buying from Rudy at the moment. It's basically just whatever he has for sale right now. But you mentioned, like, Bloomburrow and Duskmorn. Duskmorn was something I thought about just because I kind of did, like, a quick EV of it myself. Just from using... just let me bring it up. I think I have it saved. Box Simulator. Yeah, so I realized with mean, this is Mox Alpha. I don't know why it's like MTG Box Sim, but then like if you want to like go like do their pro or upgraded version, it's called something else. But I realized like these are the only ones you can simulate. So I've tried Duskmorn. I always filter it so it shows cards at least worth like $1 because I mean anything over $1 will sell very quickly. So like if Rudy's selling it for 116 ship, like if I were to open a box like this, yeah, you're actually like losing money because you're buying it for 116. Plus if you're selling it on TCG Player, so let's say like 122 profit wise out of the box, and then times 0.87, I'm just saying 13%, you're getting $106 from it. I mean, I know there's all that other like bulk as well, so, and I know this is only like one box and you do need to open up a lot of boxes, but yeah, that's like this one's a bit higher. This one's higher, just like, let's say, what is it, 133? It's 133 times 0.87. You're kind of breaking even there, so you need to be, you need to be having boxes that are like about like $1 or 134 in value. Ooh, like this, see, that would be a loss there. I mean, yeah, you have all your dollar cards and lower and all the other bulk that you can potentially sell, but breaking even would kind of suck. Oh, no, that's good. This card, I can't believe I never opened one of these in all the pre-releases that I went to. I don't think I opened any of these too. Overlord of the Belmark. I did get a bunch of the lands. I got a lot of the Fear of whatever and the Enduring cards, but also the floor price on those like commons are 1 cent, so it's kind of off. Okay. I like to know like at least like what cards are worth $1 or more, so that's why I like to set it for at least like show cards are worth at least like $1, because if I did show all cards, then yeah, it only increases it by 30 bucks. So this is like 168, so like 169. So you lose $40 worth of like bulk essentially. It's like 130 for this one. Yeah, see, hitting boxes like this where it's like 110, that would really hurt. But like if you can get enough of the ones that are closer to 200, then that's good. Yeah, this one would be like a loss too. This would be kind of like a break even. That would be a loss. You'd make some money there. You'd like break even there. Oh, $76. That's rough. I don't think I've seen it that low for Duskmorn. Hi, Sven. Yeah, 111. Oh man. See these, the ones that are at least like 150, that's like pretty good. 170, like you're making some profit, but that's a lot of work that you're putting in for the amount of money that you're getting. So 155, it's not bad. 168, it's not bad. 106, that hurts. 194, that's good. Like you really need to be getting like the Kaito and the Oculus. I feel like these are like two of the bigger money cards. Like all the Enduring cards can be like decently well. Like the land cards are like okay from Duskmorn. Now, if you can consistently hit like 150, 160 a box, I think that'd be kind of like worth it. Yeah, so it does have some like low end, like yeah, the ones that are closer to 100. Oh, 283. Why is there 283 here? Oh, you hit a lot of rares. 29 rares and 6 mythics. I don't think they use the same pricing on that as Mox Alpha. Is it different? I figured the websites are the same. Are they not? Because um 15% off? Is this the same thing? So yeah, but when you click on that, I feel like they were affiliated. Affiliated? That's why I always thought they were the same sites. Because MTG Box Sim, like it has this thing to like reroute you to Mox Alpha. But I wish they like. I really do wish they kind of talked about like what it does, because unless you already know like what Mox Alpha does, like why would anyone pay a monthly subscription for this? I feel like they don't have good marketing for this website. You know, I don't know. Dustmorn does seem like it'd be pretty good though if you open enough of it and your average is like high enough, then I feel like Dustmorn can be pretty good. Let me go to Bloomburrow again. I do remember Bloomburrow. Yeah, the Tree of Three Cities. I remember I had one of these. I opened one of these for my pre-release, and I didn't think it was really good. I was like reading it and thinking like, oh, you would really need to be a certain like archetype, creature type. And I think in Bloomburrow there's like 8 main creature types. So I never used the card. But then I like later like looked up the price and I was like, oh wow, it's like a $20 card. Yeah, there's a lot of rares that are worth something. It's an EV calculator, Mox Alpha. I have no credit cards, so I'll have to do it with a good old Excel spreadsheet. You mean using like a box simulator to do like an Excel spreadsheet? That's what I thought about doing, like simulating 10 boxes, inputting it into an Excel sheet, and then dividing it by 100. Mox Alpha opens an average of 10k boxes, but does Mox Alpha's simulator of opening 10k boxes, is that the same thing as MTG Box Sim? Like, are they the same site? It's very niche website-wise for a client. I checked the numbers on they're off by 30%? Oh. I guess let's see. Can you click on buy on TCG player? I just assumed that they were getting updated prices. $23.65. This is on direct is $28.33. Oh, they are a bit off. I mean, well, this is TCG low. Oh, but yeah, it's even the market price is a little bit lower, $23.65. So they're off by $2.30. $2.30. Yeah, let's look at this one. It says 1085. Oh, so if they're actually off by that much, 1077. That one's close. But if they're on average like lower by, I mean, off by 30%, if they're like lower and you're really getting more value out of it, I guess that wouldn't be like a bad thing. But if it's like 30%, like what they're listing is 30% higher, then that would be really bad. Season and Gathering, is this card really worth that much? Oh, this is the full art one though. Let's just say 633. Oh, so it's higher here. Market price is higher. So I don't know how old their prices are. Like, when was it ever 633? Like, it was never 633 before. I don't know if they're averaging maybe TCG low and market price. MTG has give percent pull rates now, so you take the trend price and from prices and calculate the percent pull rate to see what the average EV would be. To get an average pull rate, I think you have to open like 30 to 40 booster boxes. Yeah, I know they do give you an average like pull rate of like the commons, rares, and all the different rarities. But like within the rarities, there are different averages, and I don't even know if like between the different rarities, there's, you know, like does every single, let's say there's 50 rares in a set, right? Do you have an equal chance of pulling every single rare within that set? And I think some rares are more expensive just because they're better cards and the percentage of you pulling them is a bit lower. So I've had it before where I've gone to a pre-release and I've gotten like 3 or 4 of the same rares, and I'm just like, what the heck? Why do I have so many of the same rares for? And I never pull like 3 or 4 of the good rares or like the money rares. Sim is nice but not realistic. For example, Assassin's Creed, they open 36 play boosters instead of 24 play boosters that you open in one box. Wait, what do you mean by that? For example, Assassin's Creed, they open 36 play boosters. Like play booster boxes or just like play booster packs? Assassin's Creed, that's the... I don't know what those packs were like. I know that was one of those Universe Beyond sets, so I never opened any or played with any of those. That's why you need to do that many boxes to average out. Oh, so they were giving you the total of 36 play booster packs rather than 24 play booster packs. Wait, why would they do that then? So your numbers are like 50% inflated, essentially? All types of wonky stuff in The Sims. There are only uncommon, rare, mythic cards in those packs. Oh, okay. I think I remember hearing about that. I know like Assassin's Creed wasn't like very popular, and then they've kind of like gone up in price now. Okay, so I didn't realize like this box simulator thing wasn't very... it wasn't like it's not very accurate. I thought it was fairly accurate because they're affiliated. I thought they were affiliated with Mox Alpha. Go back to my other camera. It's nice but wonky. I think it's the algorithm they use, I'm assuming. Huh. So do you guys feel like Mox Alpha is like pretty close to being accurate then? Oh, what was I doing? Got distracted. Oh, yeah. I was trying to organize these. I think once I potentially start buying more boxes of sealed and cracking them open, because I've seen like other people do it, and I always heard that trying to like rip packs and make money that way, you can't do it. But I guess more recently, I've been seeing people find good deals on boxes, and they are opening packs and like selling the contents from those packs and like making money. So it seems like you can. You just need to be able to find the right opportunity to. People say Mox Alpha is the best, but I can't confirm. Oh, do you not use Mox Alpha, Sen? I thought... Oh, wait, you said you don't, and you use an Excel sheet or something. I think they're associated but not linked. Mox Alpha, I would say give or take under or over 5 to 10%. Okay, so you feel like Mox Alpha even has like some variants as well. Okay. Got all my greens sorted. No, I never knew that about Europe. I thought for the most part, I guess most like first world countries have like credit cards, or credit cards are like kind of essential in a way. Yeah, I guess here in the US everyone has like multiple credit cards. You just have to shop around for deals and not price cards at a penny. Yeah, I definitely don't price any of my cards at a penny. They're all 19 cents floor. Mox Alpha for sure is the best. Only other one is MTG stocks, but that one is just listed pricing. What do you mean by listed pricing? I've checked MTG stocks before, but that one is confusing to use. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I guess I can pull that one up. I don't know how to read MTG stocks, and I may not be reading it correctly. Essentially making loads of debt like the US does. No thanks. Yeah, you need to be smart with your money and not be spending money that you, or not charging and buying things when you can't afford to pay it off right away. That's the way I do things. Like, if I use a credit card for something, I make sure I pay it off right away so I don't incur like all that interest. Oh yeah, so like Lost Cameron, I think I was like looking at Lost Cameron's Wig Salon or something. I don't understand what like these prices mean. Like, the average is $9.30. $9.30 what? Like each booster, like draft booster or set booster, on average, it has $9.40 worth of cards? Is that what it's saying? Like, this part like makes, or I think it makes sense. $9.32 is the average cost of each mythic? Is that right? That seems really high. Average rare is $1.38. Most people aren't. Yeah, I think that's how credit card companies make their money, though, is they rely on people like charging on their cards, not being able to pay it off, and then the interest starts to build up. It doesn't do Sims or anything like that, nor can you see the pricing updates. Like, Mox Alpha has the dates and update prices, which usually is every day. Okay, that's good to know. That's what I would be hoping for. Like, yeah, I don't know like when these prices were posted and how old they are, but I have like no idea how to read this. Like, I don't even know what these like the graphs and trips mean. Like, what at this point where each like booster pack you can get $80, $81 worth of product from them. Like what happened here? What does this mean? Is this really correct? Like $59 is the average price of each mythic card, or is there a mythic card in Lost Caverns of Ixalan that's like $1,000, which like brings like all the mythic cards up like a lot? Is it taking into consideration the mythic cards in like collector boosters too? So if it's averaging like collector booster mythics and draft and set mythics, then that would skew the numbers. So yeah, I don't know. Even this, like, what average common is 17 cents, average uncommon is 26 cents. That seems high. I mean, this is like close to my floor. This is higher than my floor, which means all of my Lost Caverns Ixalan commons and uncommons should sell pretty quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, other than what you get from Rudy's Patreon card cargo, like what other boxes do you try to purchase? Like what booster boxes do you feel like, or that you've seen using Mox Alpha has pretty good EV? Well, not just good EV, but you know, like you're able to get boxes fairly easily where it has like a higher EV. Super confusing to me. Yeah, I wish it was just, I don't know, explained better. Like I feel like I don't feel like I'm smart, but I feel like I'm smart enough to like figure things out. That website confuses me. I never understood it, and I hear a lot of people like using it, and I've tried like asking questions in like forums and seeing if someone can explain it to me, but I never usually get a response, so I'm just like, I'm not gonna bother trying to use it. I know resources like that are very helpful when it comes to investing and trying to run a business like this, but I just don't understand it. eBay is nice, but also TCG player. Some shops have deals and stuff too. Do certain shops, like, I'm still trying to understand like how the pro player shop works, but like, can you go to their shops and they have different deals that are not listed on just like TCG player unless you specifically go to someone else's shop? Use 4 to 5 sites to search for deals. I know for sure Bloomberg is really nice if you can get them like Rudy's pricing. Yeah, that's why I was thinking about getting the maximum of 3, just because Bloomberg seems like popular still. Like, I'm glad I have all my like Bloomberg packs that I won from the pre-releases, which is like 25 to 28, so it's like 2/3 of a like a booster box that I have in Bloomberg right now, but I would like to get more. And I think once I start like opening packs and trying to pull out, you know, all the value and then like sell them, I'll probably start like opening all the packs that I won over the last year as well. I was just really hoping to not have to just like crack packs like that. Like my girlfriend at the time was like willing to like learn how to play Magic with me, so I thought about doing some like at home sealed events with her where we would, you know, just open up 6 packs, try to make decks, and then play each other. I thought that would have been fun to get some more value out of the packs, but that never ended up happening. So now I'm thinking about just cracking the packs in order to make money and sell the cards. Someone's Karlov boxes for 83 golf TCG player. Or even if you can get 6 boxes of Bloomborough, I think the play boxes are like 150, so you can maybe just flip those. Yeah, that's something to consider if you can. I definitely wouldn't try to flip them and sell them like online. Like if you were to sell it on TCG Player or eBay, I think you would like break even maybe with all the fees. I typically offer free shipping because what if they're like 150 shipped on TCG Player? Let me check real quick. I don't know. I haven't like looked at Bloomborough play boxes in a long time. Bloomborough play box TCG Player. That's where I would probably sell it just because they would have like the most eyes on it. Oh no, they're 140 shipped right now on TCG Player. So like 140, let me see, 140 times 0.87, that's 121.80, and I don't know how much it would cost to ship a box like that. Let's say like $6 maybe. Like shipping for me is expensive because I'm on the West Coast, like the furthest like northwest of the West Coast. Yeah, that comes up to 116. So I would break even if I were to try and sell like Bloomborough on TCG Player or even like eBay potentially. Rudy, pricing wise, you can, but that would be like local area stuff. Yeah, so I would definitely have to sell it like locally and give that person like a discount. Like it's like 140 on TCG Player, maybe even just like saying like 140 in person, because then people in the area that would want a play booster like that, they don't have to pay the tax on it. That would be like an extra, like $14, $13-14 that they would be saving. I would be saving on the fees plus shipping, so I could even if I were to offer it for like $135, that's only like a $19 profit though, which isn't bad. That's $19 profit. I guess that's almost 15%. So, I mean, making 15% on a box, it's not bad. What they say, like you typically want to make between like 10 and 20%, probably closer to 20% if you can. So 15% wouldn't be bad. Something to consider though, but I might, like, because I have so much like prog to go through, like all the boxes that I have, I kind of wanted to sit on for a while. I just don't know about some of my Pokemon stuff. So like my Pokemon like 151 stuff, I feel pretty comfortable like just like sitting on. But like some of the prismatic evolutions that I've gotten, I feel like I want to try and sell maybe sooner rather than later, just because of the reprint. So I feel like with Magic stuff, like there's no real hurry to sell unless you're trying to crack booster boxes that have just been like released recently. Which way am I going? Yeah, cracked booster boxes that just like released like recently, like when Foundations like first came out, or like I guess like when Aether Drift comes out and you pre-ordered a bunch of boxes, you probably want to like crack them all as quickly as possible and then sell them, like put the singles up online as soon as possible, rather than trying to sell like the boxes sealed. Unless like the boxes are hard to get sealed, like Prismatic Evolutions. But if you don't want to crack them, that would be a local option. Less labor and pays for your patron. 10 to 15 is usually average for shops. If I'm not mistaken, Pokemon is great to sit on. Yeah. So yeah, that's it is something I could do. I have the disposable income right now to be able to sit on boxes for longer. But being able to, yeah, just like sell a box and make 15 or, that $19, it does pay for the patron, which is like nice. But I would want to be able to maximize my profits without, I guess, burning myself out. And like, I may never have the time to be able to crack boxes and open them. Like, if anything, I would crack boxes, open them, and use it as a way of creating content in a way. Like, if I can create like YouTube content that would bring people to the YouTube channel, and I can help like monetize the channel, plus eventually if I like open up some sort of website, or like Sven says, like a rip and ship business, then yeah, that'd be a good way of like, that'd be a good reason to like be opening packs. But I don't think anyone does rip and ships for Magic. I think it's more so like Pokemon and One Piece and like other trading card games. Yeah, opening thousands of packs a day for Pokemon. That's if you can get Pokemon at a good price, though. And I think that's why a lot of rip and shippers do Japanese Pokemon rather than English, just because, especially now with like Prismatic Evolutions, like you're not getting enough. You're not getting enough to be able to like rip and ship. Kicking myself for not buying $80 to $90 boxes of Scarlet and Violet. Are none of them that cheap anymore? I'm still pretty new into Pokemon, so I don't really know like what the prices are for them now. It seems like they're all pretty expensive, except, I mean, I know there's like a few different ones that are cheaper, like Scarlet and Violet base. I don't know if that's a cheap one. Yeah, this is all such a learning experience for me. So I don't know. I'm too scared to invest in something that I am not knowledgeable enough in. Like the 151 boxes, like all of the, I guess you can't see them, all the Blooming Waters that I have up on my top shelf, and the other Costco bundles that I was able to buy. Those felt like a pretty safe investment, where I've only seen 151 go up in price, even though people are saying that they're being reprinted, they're being repacked, a lot more products coming out. They're talking about how Blooming Waters is gonna get released like nationwide here in the US on the 17th, like in 2 or 3 weeks. They're up 60%, I think. Some TikTok shops do MTG. Do they do rip and ships though for those TikTok shops, or do they just like sell them sealed? Cash Cards Unlimited MTG rips and ships are mostly collector packs though. Yeah, that's what I figure. It would be, if anything, it's the collector packs that people would want. Just because they look so much cooler. Like, I don't think doing rip and ships for play boosters looks really cool. I kind of wish collector boosters didn't even exist, and those cards just existed in the play booster, so there's only like one product type, kind of like how Pokemon does it, or kind of like how most card games do, because I think most trading card games, they only have like one booster type. Pokemon is insane. My sealed collection doubled in value like in the last 6 months. Yeah, I've heard it's a pretty good investment. I think the only thing I worry about Pokemon is it's going to eventually crash. So, like, that double in value that you've made, eventually it's going to go down. But from what I've heard, that's just how the market works for Pokemon. Every few years it hits a high and then it goes down to a low for a while, so it just keeps fluctuating. Anyone does play boosters? I've seen some like old expensive sets, but mostly just collectors. Yeah, that's what I figure. I can't imagine people being excited to rip play booster packs. If anything, it would be just like regular like YouTube content, and maybe just talking about the set and seeing like what value you can get. Like, if I'm going to be opening the packs already, you might as well be making content out of it. Like, if you're going to be opening ripping a bunch of boxes for their EV and then like listing the singles, then you may as well be making content out of it. It goes in waves like crypto? Okay. I really don't know much about, or I don't really know anything about crypto. How much inventory do you have listed currently? I have... Is it 15,000? Is this updated? Yeah, I guess 15,616. Not a lot. I have 15 times that. I have like 200,000 cards, essentially. Your friend's house. I just need to spend the time to sort through everything, like what I'm doing now, and then list them. I have tons of bulk, but, most bulk is worth nothing, so. Temporal Forces has gone up 60% in a year. It's hard to know, though. Wait, Temporal Forces and Paradox Rift, or you just meant Paradox Rift? Like, if you can predict the future, I think most people would have, spent thousands or spent whatever they could in order to purchase those boxes back then. But no one really knows. Like, you can see a trend and be like, I'm pretty sure like these boxes are going to go up in price, but you don't know 100% how the market is going to respond or how it's going to change. Just hit level 4 recently. CSV uploads really make it so much easier. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I have so much unopened product that I would have to sort. I'm chilling around 5k listed. Nice. Yeah, you slowly just keep building up. But congratulations on level 4. Like, what card games do you currently sell? Friend's house? If you're doing CSV, I'm assuming it's Magic. I feel like the CSV method is best with Magic. I don't know about other card games just because I'm not as familiar with them. I guess Pokemon, it could be pretty good too. Or at least like English Pokemon. Like, I feel like the Japanese Pokemon, it's going to be a pain to list. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to list the Japanese Pokemon that I have. forgot how much. I forgot how much streaming kind of kills my voice. I feel like I'm always like thirsty. I usually don't talk this much because I live by myself, so talking on stream with you guys, it's more talking than I probably do in like a few hour stream than I do like all week. Like I literally don't talk to anyone. I don't really like unless I have to like make a phone call. I'll talk to neighbors. I live just like a hermit now. I just kind of like do my own thing every day. Magic and Weiss. Okay, the cards for Weiss look pretty cool. I just know nothing about that game. Like I don't know. Like, do people actually play the game? I've never seen anyone play the game. I've seen people collect Weiss. Pokemon is too volatile for my liking. Hard to keep up. There's a lot. I feel like Pokemon has so many cards. Like I thought there was a lot of cards in Magic. There's so much Pokemon products out there. There's so many like variety of like Pokemon like sealed products. Cards itself, I don't know like how many cards there are in like Pokemon's like history. Like how many like variations of like Pikachu do you have? Pokemon does well long term. Like Pokemon Go was a huge dud that was huge dud, and that one is up 50%. Oh, I've heard of the Pokemon Go cards. I haven't really seen them though. Need more water. Yeah, I need to see what like Pokemon bulk is going to be like. Like I bought a collection recently of shadowless Pokemon base cards. Let me show it to you guys. Like I bought a few collections. I'm waiting to like make videos on it just to show it off. But I need I really do need like a camera tripod or some sort of like camera mount for my desk where it kind of comes up and I can do like a top-down view. That way I can like show things off. Numerical Weiss is played, but if you pre-order English boxes of Goddess of Night, yours are laying too. You could probably double your money by reselling them sealed after a few months. I've heard of the Azure Lane, but yeah, like I know like nothing about that card game, so I wouldn't feel comfortable trying to make any buys or like invest in them. Oh, I forgot about this. I don't know. I'm sorry if my camera's shaking a lot. Got like two of these Rain City Pikachu cards. I don't know how much these cards are going for now. Last I checked, they were going for like $9 each, but I got these two for free from going to a basketball game here in Seattle that were giving these out, and I didn't know how much how expensive these cards would be. I thought they would be like $5 cards because they were handing them out. But yeah, I can't believe how crazy the Pokemon collector market is. It's a game for cultured men. I guess there's no good way of really showing it, huh? Yeah. So I bought this like binder of just, I think they're just all commons and uncommons. I don't think there are any holos. I mean, there are rares, like an Electric Buzz is a rare. But they're all just near mint, other than the ones that have a like condition issue. But like, yeah, that one's damaged. But this entire binder is basically just uh, base shadowless cards. Yes, I don't know how much like the war turtles and stuff like that. I think all what like the Bulbasaurs and stuff like that, they might have like some value. I don't know how much, maybe a few dollars, maybe more. Like I know, yeah. So there's like, can I show it off this way? The red cheek Pikachus. I know those ones. I didn't realize there were two different Pikachus. Yeah, the red cheek Pikachus. Those seem to be going for like $15-20 or something like that. But I didn't know that there were red cheek, and I didn't realize there were yellow cheek ones. Yeah, a bunch of like Squirtles. Yeah, I have like my own collection as well. But yeah, I think it's basically a little bit of everything in here. Hey, what was $90? I'm assuming you ultimately alpha sort. I'm running into issues where if I break a couple of boxes, I alpha sort them, merge them into current inventory, sucks balls. Yes, so I'm going to be getting to that point where I do alpha sort. To answer your first question, I have like the last 4 or 5 sets of magic already listed, and I've been getting more inventory of those current sets. So it's like you need to alpha sort the sets that you already have in your inventory, and then you're then having to re-inventory those new cards, and I feel like that's going to be annoying to do. It's different when you already have like all your cards. Like this is like the first time you're doing the inventory for that set. It's another story when you get like a bunch of new cards for a set that you already have inventoried, and then now you're having to put them all into like OCD alphabetical order, essentially. So I'm trying to think of a way of minimizing that. So I have like, let me show it to you guys. Sorry, your friend's house. I wasn't sure what magic or what card game you said. You said was it Magic and Weiss? What is this? It's weird. I found this like weird sticky thing. Just gonna stick it on my desk for now. So like I have this like little box here, and these are all like Murders of like Karlov Manor, but I already have Murders of Karlov Manor like inventoried in my 5-row boxes there, but these are like extra cards for that set, so I'm just kind of accumulating them until like I get, I don't know, like a few hundred of them, and then maybe like alphabetizing them again, and then adding them to my current inventory, rather than, you know, this is like 25 cards here. I don't want to just sort through this and then like put it into my inventory unless they're maybe like rare cards or cards that I know would sell quickly. So that would just be a lot of like back and forth work that I would have to do. Put this back real quick. yeah, I figure I would try to sort through like all of my magic cards and basically have them all in like different sets, put those into the live inventory, and as I get more inventory, eventually just like start like listing them, but only when I have like a large bulk of a particular set. Wonder if some of those would grade 10. I bet that they would. Some of them, I've like looked, I think I took, when I bought them, I looked at most of the cards, and a lot of them, at least conditioning wise, they were in very like minty conditions. I don't know if the centering and all that other stuff that goes into grading would give them a 10, but there may be some, like if any of the red Pikachu cards go for 10s, I don't know how much those would go for. I don't know if I want to spend the time trying to grade them, just because I know how expensive grading can be. And if they don't come back, I mean, I know with like old base set cards, these aren't first edition cards, they're only shadowless base cards, so they may not have as high of a premium. Like I don't know if a PSA 7 or 8 would go for more than a raw card. You say those Pikachus from the basketball games were 90? Oh, yes. So let me eBay. Look it up real quick. Okay. Pikachu Rain City. I don't know if they still are, if they've gone up, if they've gone down. I figured that they would only go up because there's only, I forgot what the limit was or how many there were. So yeah, like this one sold today for $98. Yeah, like this person says that there's only 20,000 of them. I heard of varying numbers. I've heard that they had 10,000 of them printed. I heard like 50,000 of them printed. But I also heard that they didn't give out a lot of them, and a lot of them were destroyed. So, yeah. Oh, look, this one got CGC 10, but only 1.2. Yeah, I don't know how good of condition the ones that I have are in. Like the centering, I like looked at them. The centering looks like okay. But I also kept it in my wallet for a whole day. Because I got it at the basketball game, put it in my wallet so it would stay in like decent condition. But it sat in my wallet. This is a PSA 9 and it's $102. So yeah, if it's not getting a 10, you're not making money off of it. So I would probably sell it raw. Wow, why is this PSA 10? Why'd they go for 405? I guess CGC is worth a lot less. Yes, the prices are kind of everywhere. Like two of them went for $70 each. This one raw went for $100. So yeah, not bad. CSV Ball should have an add quantity section. I thought CSV does have an add quantity section. Like you have your active inventory, and then you can add to your inventory. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. I sort by set and alpha sort, and then sort by rarity for magic. I do mine for magic set and alpha sort. I do keep my rares and mythics separate, although I realize I probably shouldn't anymore. I try to basically do it the way TCG does it, since that is where I sell the majority of my cards. Otherwise, I just free for it all. Yeah, It definitely helps to come up with a good system like early on. That way you're not like changing it often. Like, I haven't changed mine yet, but I may eventually change it. PSA normally pulls higher numbers. Yeah, it does, but like 3 times higher? Like 2.5, 3 times higher? I was surprised to see how much of a difference there is. I know it does go for higher, but I just didn't realize it was like that much more. That seems like a really big difference. I don't remember if you answered or not, Cargo. Did you say which boxes did you get from Rudy this month? I'm curious to hear like what boxes you decided with. Did you just go with Bloomburrow and then Duskborn? Did you just go like 3 and 3? Misread the merging thing earlier in Magic. I set sort, alpha with sort, and then list all in one go on how CSV. If I do rares and mythics separately, it throws off my system. I mean, when I do the CSV, I do all of them all together. I think in my boxes, I have because I do tokens as well. I find that some tokens are at least with some of the more modern sets recently, some of the tokens actually sell pretty well. So I do like my lands, tokens, and rares in its like own like little section, and then everything else is like alpha sorted, because I wasn't sure if I wanted to list my rares and mythics on TCG Player. I thought about potentially listing my rares and mythics on eBay if they gave me better prices, but it seems like TCG Player is still pretty good. The lands and tokens as well, I wasn't sure if I wanted to even sell, which is why I kept those separate as well. But I'm thinking about, I don't know yet. I thought about just merging all of the cards just alphabetically in my boxes. So, if I'm looking for like a mountain card, it's just going to be with the M's. Haven't put my order in yet, but most likely Duskmorn 6, since I have Bloomburrow already in my inventory. I mean to list. How much Bloomburrow did you buy Bloomburrow last month, which is why you have so many? Can't you use dividers to help yourself sort and find cards easier? You can. You definitely can. I have... This is, just a stack of the BCW dividers I have, but these get expensive unless you make your own dividers, and if you use a divider for every card, your box is just going to be filled with dividers essentially, unless you have 50 of every single card or something. Since selling a lot of land lots on eBay pretty successfully over TCG Player. Oh, I didn't know you could sell... Wait. I didn't know people sell... I guess I never really looked at the bulk listings for TCG Player to see how like land lots would sell. But yeah, I've heard land lots can sell pretty well. I have a whole like shoebox of just like lands, but the lands are not in great condition. A lot of them are like in probably like lightly played or below condition. Some are, you know, there's some of course like in near mint condition, but it's kind of like a mixed bag of lands. And I thought about putting them in lots and just trying to sell them as well. I'm actually surprised that land lots sell. Like, I'm wondering if it's mainly like local game stores that are buying land lots to use for drafts, because I know like even the local game stores that I go to, they're always short on lands. Like like one of the drafts that I gone to recently, they were using Pokemon energy cards as lands. That way you don't touch your cards or risk the risk of damaging your near mint dividers. That is true, Sen. I think that's why I keep my rares and mythics separate. That way I'm a lot more careful when I'm like grabbing like my, like, you know, if this was all of my rare and mythic cards and they were in a divider, right? I know that they are all like, I know what I'm pulling my inventory. They're all rares and mythics. So I'll be much more careful and try to like grab it with my finger rather than if all my rares and mythics were with all my commons and uncommons too, and I'm flipping through it, I have a potential chance, especially if my nails are longer, which is why I always try to make sure my nails are trimmed, that I could potentially like ding the cards or something. 1.5 cards, Bloom Barrel. It's mostly from inventory variation. Since margins aren't too different, land lots are great on eBay. Or like color sets of 100. Do color sets really sell well? I'm assuming for the color sets you have to do like no duplicates or something like that. But I've heard of people doing color sets, but it's like, are you just like selling bulk of like 100 of every color? But 1.5 bulk Bloom Barrel, that's a good amount. So that sounds like what? That's like 4 boxes worth of Bloom Barrel that you've potentially opened. I know some people like land lots if they do draft their house with friends. Yeah. I figure people that draft with friends, or at least I know at least players that, I guess I can show you, let me show you like what like my setup is like when I go drafting. I don't know if this is how a lot of other people do it. I normally have like this mat here rolled up in my bag. So I have like this is like my little like draft bag. And my mat always like is in my little, I don't know what you call this, mat holder. And I always have like my like deck box thing that I bring. What's in here? It sounds like there's cards in here. Oh, I wonder if they're just sleeves. Oh yeah, they're just sleeves and dice. It's like, why is there like cards in there? But I always have like, this is like one of the like pre-release kits. I just use the Bloom Barrel one. It's like the art for this one. But I always have 12 of every single land. So all my lands are already sleeved. I imagine like people that typically go and play, like at friends' houses, they probably draft often enough unless they're like very casual drafters. But yeah, I have like all of the like Carl of Manor lands, and I have them all sleeved. So that way, whenever I go to draft, I already have all my lands sleeved, and I just grab whatever lands I need and put it in my deck. That's why I list everything but my mythic and rares as lightly played. I'm not dealing with people haggling over near mint. Yeah, I thought about doing that as well. The only thing I found, if you list things as lightly played, a lot of the lightly played bulk doesn't sell. People typically go just like for the near mint first. I've never had anyone complain about my cards not being near mint though. Even though like some of it might have a little bit of edge wear, a little bit of whitening. I think when it comes to like bulk, people usually don't care. I feel like it's more with the higher dollar cards, like the cards are worth like maybe $5 or more, that they're a bit more sticklers about like what the conditions are. Bulk color sets with like guaranteed 5 rares and a mythic. Ah, interesting. It's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah, I need to think of ways in selling bulk lots, because once I start sorting more and I have more cards that are like lightly played or under, I'm probably gonna just like start creating bulk lots. I have a lot of like rares that are like 10 cents and under, so I guess it'd be good into making I guess like bulk lots like that. Nice draft bag setup. Yeah, it's that bag is probably like 25 years old, 20 or 25 years old. I don't remember when I bought it. I bought it a long time ago. It's a very old bag, but I had the bag and I was like, oh, I will like use this for whenever I go drafting. I actually don't like the bag that much. I wish I had like a double strap like backpack, like a nicer one. And I thought about investing in like a nicer like backpack. But now that I don't draft very much or like go and play Magic in person anymore, I've just never upgraded my backpack, and it's just like this bag like works good enough for what I need it for whenever I spend all weekend at a pre-release. Yeah, the deck box my ex got for me, so I think it's like a Game Genix box. I like it. I don't really like the color too much, but it's the color that she had. It was, I think, the only color that they had at the game store. So I was just like, oh, okay, well, thank you. Like, thank you for getting me a deck box. I didn't have one. I was like storing all of my cards in like that little Bloom Burrow pre-release kit. Like that's where all my cards were going, or I was just holding my deck essentially, going from like game to game. So having like a deck box to put everything in with the dice, like I bought dice and all that stuff now. It's definitely a lot nicer to do it that way. I just wish it was a different color. Like there's like a black one that I like. It's basically like the reverse of what my deck box is. It's like black on, like a dark gray black on the outside, and it has like orange outlining or like orange stitching. But there's a lot of good like deck boxes out there, I realize. But this one like works well for what I need it for. Yeah, I do wish I got to play more though. Playing in person is fun. It gets my heart racing though sometimes, especially when a game in Magic is like really close. Like I've lost by one draw before. Like there was one card, I remember there was this epic game I had with this guy. I ended up losing, but I knew there was one card in my deck that could win me the game, but it was at the very bottom of my deck, and I drew it, and it was like too late. Like I just drew it too late. Those kind of games are always a lot of fun. Like I don't ever mind like losing when I'm playing Magic. It's more so like how good the game really was. Like, was it a close game? Was it a fun game? You ever get into Commander? I know Boulder has some cheap but nice simple deck boxes. Yeah, I've seen them at my card store as well. Those Boulder ones are pretty nice as well. I forgot how much they were. I remember like looking at them, but they are decently priced. And they're simple too. I mean, you can just have your deck in there. And do they have the boulders with... I don't remember if boulders have a little... I would need something for like my dice as well. I know some people, they just have small dice bags. But I like having my dice and deck box all together. Just having like one like container for everything. But yeah, the deck box that I have, it's also good for Commander because you can fit 2 full Commander decks in them. I just don't play Commander, so it's still useful though. If I ever do decide to pick up Commander, I just like to use it for when I go to pre-releases. I can hold like my all of like my sideboard plus my tokens and my deck itself. Like I have all my sideboard on the top part of the box, and then on the bottom box I have my tokens plus my actual deck. I wish I could actually play better music on the stream, but I'm afraid of like a copyright strike. So I have to use this like royalty-free lo-fi music, which it's not bad. I don't even know if you guys can actually even hear the music, but yeah. Alright. Got all the blue. 48, 49, 50. Yeah, like making some arena content would be fun. I don't know. Maybe I'll play arena like once in a while. You know, like doing a draft in arena doesn't take too long, but I just always feel like my time could be better spent working rather than playing a game. More of a... more of a punk rock metal guy. That's fair. I just feel like with music like this, it's fairly neutral. I personally enjoy more... I mean, I listen to like a variety of music, but I like things that are a little bit more chill. Like I think as the older I've gotten, the more I've started to enjoy like modern classical music. I know classical music isn't for like a lot of people though. Like I like string instruments, I like the piano, like solo piano music. Especially if I'm cooking or just like working or sorting like this, it's very chill and like therapeutic in a way. Seems like the stream's doing better today. It's not like dropping or doing a bunch of weird stuff, which is good. Oh no. Well, I screwed up. There were a bunch of other blue cards. Oh man, I hate it when I do that. There were other cards here that didn't get sorted into. Well, that means I need to pull them back out. Has been really consistent today? Okay, so that's good to know. I think it was probably the bit rate then yesterday. It could have been a combination of my internet being kind of bad and the bit rate just being too high. I'm glad I was able to figure that out. Is the audio cutting out at all? That was from my app, so that was my bad yesterday. Okay. I was like, that was so weird that the audio was cutting out, but it wasn't. The video wasn't cutting out, so I couldn't figure out, I couldn't think of, why it would be doing that. Oh, geez, it's already midnight. I definitely should be sleeping already, but I don't feel that tired. That's not good because now that means I'm going to be sleeping late and my sleep schedule's going to get messed up again. Do you create much YouTube content at all, Card Cargo? It seems like you have. It sounds like you have more knowledge when it comes to being able to run a online business. You already have Mox Alpha. You are buying cases of Magic and opening them for their good return rate or the good EV, and selling those cards and just continuously buying more. You just need to actually do it. That's the issue. Yeah, that was the issue for me too. it was just getting started, but now that I've actually started, it's a little bit easier. Although, I mean, the video of how I list Japanese cards on TCG Player that I created a few days ago, I haven't even really like edited it yet. So even though I know how to kind of create content now, and I have so many different like content ideas, it's just finding the time and motivation to actually either sitting down and recording it or like editing the videos. Wait, where's this card? Oh. Yeah, if you had like a Mox Alpha video, I would definitely watch that. I'm sure there are like Mox Alpha videos out there, like tutorials. I think I need to spend the time and look for those videos and like learn about like how Mox Alpha works, so I'm able to potentially grow the business more. Because just like buying bulk like this and then selling the bulk, there is like high margins, but it's just the amount that you can make per day. You're kind of limited because you're not making that much money off the bulk. Kind of OCD about stuff, and I really am self-conscious to put out like bad information or tips. That's understandable. I can be kind of OCD about certain things. Like when I was younger, I would have people ask me if I was like a perfectionist because I like things done like a certain way. And I think to a certain extent, I'm still kind of like that. I try to overthink and overdo things. Like I put too much time into trying to make something like look good when it doesn't have to be. When I could put in, 50% like less effort and it's going to be almost just as good. Don't know how much you can show on a video unless it's approved, because I've looked for videos and I never find any. Oh, really? But it's, I guess I don't know how that works. Is there anything on the website that says that you can't make content about it? Because like the numbers are changing, like you said, like every day. So I feel like even if you were to make a video about it, right, and you're putting that information out there, unless you're making like videos on it every day as like a like the market of a particular TCG, I don't know if they really just do magic, then I guess it's not going to be relevant like a few days from now. Yeah, I wonder if there is like some sort of NDA. Robin Game Vitamins. Yep, those are the two people that I've seen talk about it before. I don't remember if I've really heard anyone else talk about it or even like really show how it works. Game Vitamins has only talked about it, but he has never shown how the website works. Rob has shown it, but I think that this was like over a year ago that he released that video, so I don't even know if the website like works differently now. But RNG Games did show a lot of the website, I believe. It's just I think that video is probably like very out of date. But I feel like the people that actually use Mox Alpha probably don't want like other people to be like using it. But there are people like me that would like to use it. I just don't think I can. I don't know if I could really make money using it currently, because the volume of like what I would be buying is low enough. But it's like you said, like it would take like you buying a case and selling all of its contents in order for you to like make money off of that monthly subscription. And that's if you're paying for the full year. If you're not paying for a full year, then it's like $50 a month, which that's quite a bit. I mean, I understand like you could potentially make a lot of money off of it. I feel like you need to be buying cases every month. Like you need to probably be buying like 3 or 4 cases to like really be making the full potential out of using like Mox Alpha, like a minimum of like 3 cases. I've never seen a full video breakdown on the site, and I think Rob's video was a beta version of it. Yeah, it was an older version. Like I think I watched it a couple weeks ago. Like I rewatched it. I saw that video before I started doing this like TCG business, but I didn't understand like what he was talking about and how the website even worked. So it never really caught my attention, and it was kind of boring to watch at the time. But now that I understand the business a bit more and like what he's talking about, it made a bit more sense. It was just like now it's just a very old video. Spit on one of my cards. These are from the other set. But yeah, you can probably kind of see why I just use my playmat instead to sort, because there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. There's 13 cards within this color for this set. So I could use the tray, but I was also thinking like if I were to use a tray, every time I drop a card in one of the tray slots, it would make a lot of banging noise, and I figured that'd be kind of annoying. But I actually prefer doing it this way when it's like a small amount that I'm sorting at a time, because I sort in batches. Okay. I think I'm done resorting these. Unless you're buying 6+ cases, it's really not the best for price in my opinion. Yeah. That's why I'm surprised that you actually have a cart cargo. I would like to have a subscription and see what it's like, but I think I would rather kind of chance it, or just like hear like word of mouth, like what is actually a good like a good set box to buy with good EV. And even if I'm a little bit late to the party, if I can buy it when it's still at like a good price, or like, you know, even just buy through Rudy, and because I mean his prices are fixed. I think when you're doing something like Karlov Manor, when like you bought them for like under $90 a box, knowing early on that a set like Call of Manor, like you can almost like double your money if you open up a really good box. It'd be better to know sooner rather than later. But even if it goes up to like, let's say $100 rather than getting them for like $90, like you're still making a good amount of money. Like the profit margins are still there. Yeah, I think that's why I do it this way, just for like One Piece, just because of how I have already broken it down. Because I've already, like in the box down here, they're already broken down by color. Like they have been broken down by set, and then I did it by color, and then now I'm actually doing it by like within the color. I'm doing it by the card, like it's like really small, but by the card number in the bottom right. So I realized with One Piece, all the cards are done in certain like order. It's always like red, green, blue, purple, black, yellow, and they're all in order by card number. Is Magic like that too? I'm trying to think. No, Magic's all mixed in. Like you have different card numbers, I think. Wait, no. No, it's not. I think Magic actually starts with like the Wooburg, white, blue, black, red, green. But I think TCG Player is the one that does it alphabetically. I would have waited a while to get it if I could get more bulk, but I have like 0 around me. Wait, what do you mean? You would have waited a while to get what? To get like the Mox Alpha subscription? Sorry, I sometimes forget like what we were talking about, and I'm not answering and reading things as soon as you type them, so. Okay, move on to the next color now. How long have you had the Mox Alpha subscription? Like, why don't you just... unless you paid for the year already. If you paid for the year of the Mox Alpha subscription, I can see why you can't necessarily, like, cancel it or pause it. Like, I would say, like, why don't you just pause it? If you are paying, like, month to month, then, you know, you might as well pause it until you can, like, really fully make use out of the subscription. But yeah, because I have so much bulk around me, that's why I'm thinking about just buying my 6 boxes a month from Rudy, sitting on them, and when I actually have more time, ripping them open and getting the value from them. But with what, all that's like half of the boxes there, and then I have like more over there. And then what you don't see bulk wise, I mean, I guess I could bring my, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Are you the only person in here, or is Sven still in here? So you're the only person here. I can show you, like, in my bedroom, all the boxes of like 5 rows I have stored in there. And like all of the sealed Pokemon and stuff that I have in there as well. Like I have I have a ton of bulk. Like, I need to be more efficient with sorting in order to, like, really make a dent and get through this bulk. Or I need to just, like, start selling these as, like, bulk lots for cheap and trying to sort through cards like sealed boxes in order to get, like, more value. To be able to sell, like, higher dollar amount cards. That's what I eventually want to do. I want to get to the point where I'm not really doing bulk, and I mean maybe doing like a little bit of bulk, but like all near mint bulk that I opened myself, or selling cards that are all worth like $5 or more. Definitely get the bulk done first. Yeah, I just feel like I'm never gonna get the bulk done first. Like this streamer guy, he only streams maybe 2 to 3 days out of the week, but he rips open so many cards that there is so much bulk that I get from him. And I think that's why, like, when I go through like the next round of all these like boxes that I haven't gone through yet, at least with like the One Piece cards, I already know, just like from my sales, I know which cards are worth. I know most of the cards that have like value to them that are like, let's say, 50 cents and higher, that sell like on a regular basis. I could potentially like just pull all those cards, and like everything else I just list as like a bulk lot and just like try to sell quickly. I mean, that's what he was like even like recommending me to do, is just to like you need to just like start moving them quickly, because in like 2 or 3 months he's gonna have like another huge bulk lot like that for me. So he was like recommending me to try and get rid of them more quickly, or else I'm going to eventually like run out of room. But I really want to find a rip and shipper near me that sells me bulk at like the same rate that he does, which is basically like free, but just does English stuff. Like, I would love to find a rip and shipper that does English. That does like Magic, and they open up like collector boosters, and pay a bit more for those. I think like collector boosters are all foils. Would they save you time? Are the bulk lots super expensive, or is it really cheap? No, so like, yeah, like it's like 2 rows deep. Like you can see that first row in the kind of like back, and then the one in the front. So it's also on, like you can't see it, but because all these shells are in the way. But there's also like another side on the bottom, and it's also like 2 rows deep. Did you watch the video that I had put on me like getting this collection? So it's like 30 of those like cases of like Pokemon like One Piece cases, and I got them for $100, which is extremely cheap. Like I understand a lot of it's true bulk. It's like non-hollow, non-foil. Most of the cards are worth probably like a penny, but there are also cards in there that are worth like at least $1. I just need to go through them. Like I'm starting to learn which One Piece ones are good, but because I haven't listed all of the One Piece sets, I don't know the price on all of them. I just know a few of them so far. loved it. I just didn't realize it was that much, but that's crazy cheap for 100. Yes. I think at one point he was giving it away for free to people, but I don't think he was able to find, or I think he realized that he was able to like sell it for a bit of money. But yeah, those 30 boxes probably have, I want to say, at least 2,000 cards in each box. I think 2,000. Some of the bigger boxes may have like 3,000. So let's say each box has 2,000. I think there's like 31 boxes. On the lower end, that would be 62,000 cards. I believe it's a lot more than that. I believe it's like well over 100,000 cards. And I can get that every few months. So, yeah, it's pretty much endless. It's more bulk than I can probably sort through at a quick enough rate. I just don't like that it's Japanese. Japanese cards are worth less. And it's not like English cards where I can use like a CSV to list them quickly. So that's like the big downside of having to deal with Japanese bulk. It's just a lot more work. I can't just like read the card and put it all like alphabetically, put it in a CSV. But I feel like now that I kind of have a way of listing the cards a bit more quickly, I'm doing the whole like stock image photo of them. Once I get all these, like the rest of these cards like listed, then I'll have like most of the One Piece set listed, and I will only have to do this again, where I need to create like images and putting them on TCG player, like each time like a new set comes out. So I feel like I'm doing all of the more difficult part right now, and I'm like kind of laying down the foundation to make it easier for me later down the road. If it wasn't Japanese, it'd be super efficient. The Japanese stuff seems like a headache, so probably just pick out the value would be best time-wise. Yeah. So I do, like I said, that's what I think I will start to eventually do to save time, because I'm realizing I just won't be able to sort through everything like quickly enough. So like I might be leaving some of the cards that could be in the like 20 to 30 cent range in the bulk still, but I'll let someone else have the opportunity to like go through them and like pick through it if they want to. Because like, oh god, what card was it? Let me find it real quick. I remember like last year in September or something like that, when I first bought from him, I was like sorting through the cards, and I remember seeing this card, and I thought it was just like the funniest card. Like this guy's like in a, I don't know, like it's a super large guy in these like tights, spandex type things. But I guess like the English name for this card is Queen. I don't know why, but I had started listing. I guess this was like in like a starter deck, and I started listing like these were like some of the first cards I was like listing, and I saw like this card was going for quite a bit. It was going for, I think like the English versions were going for something like $5 to $10 at the time. So I think I decided, because it was Japanese, I just like listed for $1. And I was selling a lot of these cards, and I think I have like over 100 of them. I think I still have quite a bit of these cards. But yeah, just this card alone in all the bulk that I got from him, I basically made my money back. Yeah, like that card. If I ever see it, I know like immediately pull that card out. It's a money card. There's like some other cards that I sell somewhat regularly as well that I know are decent cards that they may not be like $1, but they only might be like 30 cents. But I know they sell very frequently because like whenever I have to pack an order, I'm always seeing that card being sold like weekly. So cards like that I would keep, but my memory's like really bad. So unless it's a card that sells often, I may not remember that that's a good card to like pull. I think over time, as I sell like more and more, I will start to remember those cards, and it should make like sorting like new inventory much faster. Those are my favorite. I pulled like 20 nature lore cards from my box of Boulder Gates, and I was surprised by the value. Yeah, I think once you start seeing like and you like start to remember certain cards in a set, then it's like 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 for me like what Mortal Call of Manor, it's the Slime Against Humanity. That's the like the one common card that I saw, and I was like, wow, how is this card like a $2 card? In Bloomborough, which one was the rabbit card? There's a rabbit card in Bloomborough. It's an uncommon, I think, that goes for like a few dollars too. I love seeing cards like that. I think that's why uh, some some sets have good EV because they have like commons and uncommons that are like a few dollars each, and that will definitely help boost the EV of a particular box. I remember even like back in the days, like 10, 20 years ago, I would hear that there were people that did stuff like this. They would buy boxes or buy collections, and um, they would like buy and sell cards. And I always thought that was like very fascinating that people knew that much about a particular card game that they can actually make money by buying and selling. I don't feel like I have that much knowledge, but I feel like I have a decent amount of knowledge compared to maybe like the average person. That I kind of know like what to look for, but I feel like there's still so much for me to learn. These are all. I opened a case of Wild Eldraine Draft before that went out of print. That set was such good EV. It's way too expensive now, though. Yeah, see, I wish I had joined Rudy's Patreon before then, but I didn't. And I remember him talking about that. And I've always, like, even when I was drafting regularly at the time, I would hear people talking about that. So, kind of sucks that I missed out on it because I don't really have much Wilds of Eldraine cards. I mean, I do have like some bulk, and it's either from ones that I've either bought from other people or if like I've gotten for free. But I don't know how much. I don't know how much value there is even in like in Wilds of Eldraine like bulk cards. I always like assume most of the bulk that I get is like picked through. And I think that's why I like purchasing bulk from like a rip and shipper, like the one that I do, just because I know he hasn't gone through it at all. It's literally like all of the cards that people don't want from their rip and ships. More last month, but halfway through it, it went out of print and he took it off. Oh, I took it off Patreon. Okay. So I missed it by about a month, it sounds like. It's okay though. I feel like being late's better than never joining and being a part of it now. I've heard very mixed things about his Patreon. Like, his deals really aren't that good. I think his deals are like decent right now because just like the trading card world is doing really well and is healthy. But who knows? Like a year or two from now, when you can probably get play boxes for less than like what he's selling at 116. I can see a lot of people like dropping their patrons account and not supporting him anymore because of that. Like, if he still has them at 116 and you're able to get the boxes for like $100 ship, like why would you keep buying from him, I guess, right? Most people are only patrons to him because they're able to get cheap magic boxes. I mean, that's like the whole point of his patron. It's not really to, I mean, I'm sure there are people that maybe do want to just like support him or be able to like speak to him directly or like message him directly. But I think the majority of people are going to want to be able to just buy cheap magic. Yeah, you can't get back in. That's what I heard. I know there's even that warning that talks about it. But just the advice and other deals he does makes it worth it. Plus, I think he's a cool, honest guy. I watched some of his like really early videos, and he seems a lot more. He seems a lot more mild. To me, he seems a little douchey. I don't know, he's a little bit over the top in some of the things he does. I do think he has good information though. Like, if you can get past his personality, like his personality's like not my type. Like, I don't feel like him and I would really get along super well, like in person. But I do feel like he has good information. He has like good advice, and he knows the market pretty well. So I'm able to get past that and still find his videos informative. So yeah, I'm worried of like when the market does. We're in a, what is it called? Bear market, when things like start going down, and his deals aren't going to be that good anymore, and his play boxes aren't going to be competitive. Like, I'm hoping his like monthly deals are going to be good enough to stay as a patron and to keep like supporting him and to keep like buying boxes and stuff. But yeah, I worry about like it like having to cancel his Patreon account and not being like let back in again, which would be unfortunate. But if the game, or if Magic is in a bear market and it's not doing as well, then buying sealed may not be as worth it to like open up unless you're just just going to continue to buy for like a year or two and just like sit on the sealed product and wait for things to kind of go back up again. He's definitely a memester for sure. Yeah, when I first started watching his videos, I didn't understand why he was talking about the whole stepsister, girlfriend, ex-wife thing. I was just like, that's like kind of like poor taste. Like that's not my thing. So I'm always talking about like Timmy's and card game armies, and I don't know. I just feel like he's always like making fun of like different groups of people. If it goes to a bear market, maybe move to more of a bulk focus and just keep the $15 subscription until prices increase. That's what I thought of, but I feel like it's I don't. That's why even though I am doing predominantly bulk right now, I don't know if I can make a living, like a sustainable living to support myself full time just dealing with bulk. Like I would for sure need to get at least like a part-time job while also doing this. Like I would like to do this full time. I just don't think I can do this full time just doing bulk unless I am able to get like a lot more efficient. Maybe even having like a cheap card sorter of some sort. Anything that could help like automate this process for me a little bit more. I feel like the whole sorting part, like doing this part, is the most like time consuming part. So if I can find a way like to automate it to, like have this being like worked on like when I'm sleeping, or being able to just like list cards, because I feel like the listing part is a little bit harder to automate. I know there are machines that will help you. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure if there's machines that will help you like list cards, but there are machines that can help you sort. There may not be machines that can help you list. So like listing is maybe something you would want to like probably do yourself, while you have almost like a machine that will help you sort your cards for you. Even if it's like at a slower pace than like what you're doing it's still something that's gonna like help speed up the process. Chase from TCG, Bulk Kings responds to questions. He just got a robot, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I do remember seeing him with, it looked like it was like I forgot how much he said he had paid for it. I need to rewatch his video. I haven't seen him post a video in a long time. But does he actually, like, if you just comment in his YouTube, does he typically always respond pretty well? But even like the cheap one that he got, it looked like it was like made out of wood, or like parts of it was made out of wood. Or I don't know if he put that part together. It sounds like those are even kind of expensive. Like I'm down to invest in some sort of like cheaper card sorting device, even if it's, I don't know how much I'd be willing to spend. You think about like if you spend like $2,000 or $3,000 on some sort of card sorter, that's a lot of bulk that you need to be able to sell in order to get a return on your investment. And the other issue is, like right now, most of my bulk is in Japanese, and I feel like there aren't any card sorters out there that do English and Japanese. I messaged him on TikTok and he responded and helped me out. YouTube comments, I'm not sure. Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever... I've never tried to like message him on TikTok before. What question did you end up asking him? And like, how did he respond? guess maybe messaging him directly could be good, because yeah, he was the one guy I watched a lot of before I decided to start doing this. His videos were never like that great of quality, but I feel like he had good information. A lot of his stuff was kind of old though, so I wish he would make more updated videos on like his processes and stuff. Like even the way he would sort cards or like pack orders, I feel like he would make one every year or two, and the ones that I would watch, they would always be like out of date. Can you make sets or lots on TCG Player to easier sell your bulk? You can. There are bulk lots that you can sell, although most people don't make. They don't specify what's in the bulk lots. It's just like 1,000 cards or something. But I feel like a lot of people don't buy bulk lots on TCG Player. Like I have bulk lots on TCG Player for like my One Piece cards, but I haven't sold any yet. So I feel like the sell-through rate on bulk lots is pretty low. I feel like if anything, eBay might be better for bulk lots. I was asking if he knew about like stamp deals or stamps on eBay. Oh, how did he respond? I'm curious to hear how he responded, because I know how I would respond to that. At least now, I know how I would respond now, just because of some of the research I've done on that whole stamp issue. Because I think some of his early videos, I think he did things differently than how he does things now. Like I know he does like stamps.com now, but even before he started to do stamps.com, I think he did like a different method. Like this. Might actually change the music. But like I've like listened to everything on this playlist, but I need to find another royalty free. Oh, maybe some jazz. It's royalty-free jazz lo-fi. Basically, like almost all cheap stamps are Chinese counterfeit, which from what I've seen is true. And talk about like his labels and something about Costco's having deals, but it was super helpful. Oh, okay, so he gave you good he gave you good advice then. Because I also, like before I started doing this as well, I knew stamps would be the most expensive cost. So, what's happening here? So, before starting to even do the business, I did go to Costco. How many did I buy? I think I have my receipt still. This is how much money I spent on stamps. $1,400. I think it's like 2,000 stamps. So I got stamps for a while. But I did look into seeing how I could get cheap stamps too. And I remember seeing like on Facebook, people would be selling them for super cheap. But I also like did some like just Googling just to see, and heard that a lot of it was counterfeit. And like with the counterfeit stamps, like some of them could potentially go through, but some of them also may not go through. And I don't know how much trouble you can get from using counterfeit stamps. Like even on my Facebook in my area, if you were to type stamps in, you'll find so many people that are selling stamps that supposedly are local. But like if you were to message them and ask them like, can I pick them up in person? They're like, no, we only mail them to you. So these counterfeit stamp people, they're probably not local, but they are not willing to meet you in person. But yeah, I got tons of stamps. I figure I might eventually get to the point where I may just like TCG Bulk Kings, I'll get to the point where I'm using like stamps.com instead, because I'll be sending out a lot of bulk. Like if my inventory grows a lot bigger, like I'm in the hundreds of thousands of bulk cards, I'll probably be doing a lot of orders every day, every week, and I'll blow through like those stamps. Like December, I blew through so many stamps. This month has been like super slow for me. But I also wanted to lock in my stamp price at, I forgot how much I bought those at. It was just last year before they had gone up in, I think, August or something. So they were like 68 or 69 cents. It's on the receipt, but I don't want to look at it again. So I got them cheaper than how much stamps are now. Like, I don't know how much stamps are now. They're like 74 cents. So I basically save about like 5 cents per stamp now. I just wanted to keep my cost of shipping cards as cheap as possible, and that was one way, is, buying forever stamps for as cheap as I could get them that were real and legit stamps. I didn't want to risk like buying cheap like counterfeit stamps and then like using those to like ship cards, and the cards don't get to the person. My issue starting was the post office kept telling me I need non-machinable. Come to find out you do not. Yep, that's another thing I researched. I always just drop them off and never hand them to a clerk. Yeah, that was one thing I had read as well. Because I still get worried whenever I have to send envelopes that are pretty bulky. So like these One Piece cards are like a lot thicker than Magic cards. I think with Magic cards you can probably do 10 or 11 cards thick in an envelope and be okay. With these One Piece cards, I feel like they're like almost like 50%, maybe between like 30 and 50% thicker than like a Magic card. I can do like 7 of these cards like stacked in an envelope before I feel like it might be getting too thick. But even with like my a handful of like the 30 card awards I've ever done, they've never had any issue like arriving to my customer, except this one guy that's, like I told you about yesterday, that's saying that they didn't receive the order and it was only 6 cards. It was 6 One Piece cards. Okay, I'm not really feeling this playlist. But yeah, I've never done a non-machinable envelope before. I don't know if you really ever need to. I've had a like 50 card order before, but rather than try to stuff like 50 cards in an envelope and then do like non-machinable, I just put them in 2 envelopes, and I just messaged the buyer to look out for 2 envelopes. Three rows of 15 just to be safe. So 45 cards total. I think Rob with RNG Games has talked about doing, what, 51 or something like that. I've never had an order that big, but like I said, the one I did where it was, well, I've never tried to do 51 in an envelope before. I decided just to split it into 2 envelopes because it looked like it was getting super thick. So I know it can be up to like a 1/4 inch thick, but I'm afraid that it's going to, when it goes through the rollers in the machine, it's going to break and all the cards are going to spill out. Five cards in each team bag, spaced apart in tape, so they don't overlap. Okay. I think the way I've done it before, if I can't fit them in the penny sleeves, I just actually just put it just right into the team bag. So that's like the one downside is, I guess putting them in penny sleeves and then into team bags would probably be better. I forgot how I did it exactly. I don't remember if I actually did penny sleeves into team bags, but the way that you described is probably a good way of doing it. I haven't had to send like very many orders where I don't use my my cardstock, my rigid cardstocks. I try to always use cardstocks just in case. I don't know, like I have the envelope plus the invoice, the order. And I feel like those 2 things alone will protect the card decently well. But I like to use a cardstock as well, just to give it some added protection, so the cards don't get creased or anything like that. But yeah, when if I'm having to ship that many cards in an envelope though, then I just don't add the cardstock at all because I know it's going to be very rigid already. I think I just worry about the cards having any kind of damage on them, but so far, any of those like big orders I've ever sent, I've never had anyone complain or message me and say that none of my cards have ever came damaged, which was my biggest fear when I started doing this. Like, you're sending cards in an envelope and it's going through a machine and it gets handled. I'm always like paranoid that the cards will get damaged. But if anything, it's more so people saying that their cards didn't come to them, which I think that's the part that bothers me more. Yeah, I hope it picks up next month. I can't believe how slow it's been. Like, how many sales do you typically do? Like a day or a week? Card cargo. Anything under 14, I'll use TCG Guardian cardboard sleeves. What are those? They're like shipping shields, just a little bit more flexible. Huh. Let me finish this stack and I'll like look that up. I'm always looking for different ways of shipping. So any like ideas I can get, I'm always willing to hear about. Like even the guy that I buy this bulk from, he gave me a shipping shield, kind of like a different option, so I don't have to cut my own. I cut all of my own cardstock. It's just so much cheaper. I think each of my, I just use a paper cutter and I cut like all of these like squares up, and they're kind of they're like rigid, but they have like some flex to them, and I think each one only cost me a penny or something like that. I've done the breakdown before. Actually, do I have it in my supply order list? I think I do. Let me see. I've broken it down, so each of these card stocks, it's 1.2 cents essentially for me. So like, putting one back of the card, front of the card, it's basically 2 cents per like team bag that I use. Rather than like shipping shields, I mean, depending on how many you buy, it's like 8 to 9 cents each. Top loaders are about the same price, a little bit more. Do you have any high value cards that you can combine with bulk or only bulk? I do have some higher value cards, Sven, but it's from my own collection or either cards collections like I've bought. Most of the high value cards that I do sell, though, it's all from either like packs I've opened myself because of pre-release events or drafts. I haven't really bought very many Magic collections that have like higher value cards. It varies. Black Friday I had 100 orders in 2 days. Yes, Black Friday was nuts. But recently, if I'm not listing, it's 10 to 20. If I'm listing, it's probably 50 depending on value. Wow. So you're definitely selling at a better volume than I am right now. Like, I would love to have 10 to 20 per day. Like, even on good regular days that aren't Black Friday, 10 to 20 would be really good for me. Like, I'd love to be at 10 to 20 right now. So it really must be all the boxes that you're breaking open and selling all of the like valuable cards. You're getting a lot more rares or a lot of like uncommons that have like good value compared to me, where mine is just like, it's strictly, for the most part, just bulk. Everything is kind of like bulk. Yeah, I would love to get to the point where I'm consistently having like 50 orders a day, even if they are like orders that are only like a few dollars. Oh, 10 to 20 a week. Okay. You said 100 orders in 2 days, so I thought you were talking about like daily. Was this like Japanese music? I thought you were talking like on a daily basis. I was like, wow, that's really good. Okay, I might be at 10 to 20 a week right now, and I feel like that's like really low for me. I wanted to get to the point where I was getting at least 10 a day, and I kind of was doing that for a while. But yeah, like I said, this month it's been so slow, and that's the part that worries me. And I think that's why I'm like more motivated to try and spend more time like listing more product, like sorting, listing, getting more product out there, and then seeing like what my next play is. Yeah, I think I've already gotten like 1 or 2 orders with some of the bulk I listed yesterday. So, I mean, that's good. It's just a lot of my older stuff isn't selling. I think that's like the one downside to doing Japanese cards. I can't just like to update the prices. I don't think I can use TCG Player, like the Pro version, in order to update cards that have photos. Plus, because mine are Japanese, I need to like manually go through and check the prices of everything and update them. I think that's like it's like one of the biggest downsides for doing Japanese cards. So for all I know, I can't do that price differential where I can check to see how far off my cards are off of like market. It's something that I need to go into like each individual card, other than the cards that are already at like 19 cents, and like change the prices of them. Although I realize TCG Player doesn't have a way of like looking to see your prices of your cards other than like clicking on them, which is kind of annoying. I'm listing daily, adding more variety. I can hit probably 15 to 20 a day. Also depends on set release. Yeah, I guess well, like what I'm asking is like what's your daily average like after you've sold most of like after like a new set has released, you put all of like your expensive cards, more of your bulk has like already sold, and it's like, let's say like 1 month into a set release. So like I guess like Foundations was like the last set release, like after like a month, like 3 to 4 weeks after Foundation had released, and you sold probably like most of your better cards. Like how many cards are you actually selling a day? Because whenever like a new set releases and I put like my new cards, my new inventory up, a lot of it starts to sell. But then eventually like what is like left is your floor price bulk cards. Got back-to-back sets in less than a month for Magic, so people are saving for sealed stuff. Yeah. I don't know how good the Innistrad remaster is. I know that one just released, but I'm gonna. Yeah, I didn't buy any of that stuff. I know Rudy had a sale on that, and that went super quick. But I wasn't a patron yet, so I had no chance of buying any of that. Oh wait, what is this? Uh-oh. I think I prematurely started stacking all my cards when I wasn't done. I'm like getting distracted. I wasn't done sorting. CNA Games has a video where they show how to reprice using CSV, but I don't know if Japanese is on CSV. No, it's not, because like my cards, I think I have watched that CSV video, and that CSV video is very complex and complicated. I don't know if I would ever do that to like reprice my stuff. But hold on, let me go use the bathroom real quick and then I'll show you. Let me finish sorting through this stack real quick, and I'll show you what the CSV looks like when you're selling Japanese cards and you upload a photo. Like Japanese Pokemon, I think you can probably use a CSV for. But when it comes to listing Japanese cards on like the English part of like like One Piece, which is what I'm doing, you are unable to do that. Vision's getting kind of blurred. Okay, so 68. Okay. Let me put this in my box. Oh, but yeah, regarding CNA games, like that brown like shelf thing, I actually got this like shelf idea from him. So like he has ones that are like a desk height. Mine is a full kitchen cabinet. So like those are like the same drawers that CNA Games has, except his are wider. Mine are not as wide. It just fits in the cabinet that I have here. So that cabinet can hold, I think, about like 70,000 cards. I just haven't been able to install it yet because I need help. Like I need a second set of hands in order to help me install it. I just haven't been able to like find anyone to help me. I wanted to put like a rug underneath it because I have hardwood floors in my new place. I have like a little rug thing to put underneath it, because I'm worried that with all the weight of the cards, it might eventually start damaging the floors. And then I just need to screw it into the studs in the wall. Let's see. Yeah, because let's say I have it here. I guess I can do it. Like I haven't done CSV in a while. Is it pricing? Yeah. Export CSV. So if I were to do One Piece. Which one am I doing now? Okay, so this is the one I did. Wings of the Captain. It's the one I did last night. Year mint. Export. No, CSV and mass pricing seems like a pain for pricing. Yes, it is, and that's why I kind of want to get away from Japanese. Even though like I'm getting these cards for like really cheap, it's just kind of annoying. So yeah, there's like a photo URL, which is, I think I've tried clicking on it before. Am I able to do anything with this? Like this doesn't even, I was like thinking, oh, if I could like mass list like the photos of them, that would be helpful. Oh, I guess maybe I can do like CSV, sort of. But I can't do that formula as well. I can't like reprice my cards other than like manually doing it, but I would still need to. It's market. Wait, how come it's not? Oh, because that's. Wait, how come none of these cards have market prices? None of my cards have market prices. Oh, I guess it's blank because it's. Yeah, my title's Japanese. I think because I have it as a photo and it's Japanese, it's not telling me what the TCG player market price is because it's not listed as like a default English card. That's the annoying part too. Like I could go into here and change the prices of like all of them. They're all at 19 cents other than like some of these cards, which the Dawn card I have for 97 cents, but nearly everything is 19 cents. But if I don't even know what the market price is, view freeze row 1. Yeah, if I don't even know what the market price is for the cards, like doing the CSV like is gonna be kind of like useless because I still need to like do the whole like this card, like how much is like I have this card listed for, I'm sure like 19 cents. I need to go to live prices. I then need to like go and check and see like, oh, has the price of the card gone up before? It has. I need to change my prices or something. Yeah, without the market price, it makes it 100. Yeah, it is. So I think that's why. Yeah, I think that's why. Like, I do want to move away from like dealing with Japanese cards. It's probably not smart on my end to be doing this. But I saw a good opportunity to make like high margins on it, and Yeah, I really don't know if I should be like continuing to do this. This could be like a big waste of my time. I'm just not 100% sure. I've been making money, but I could probably be making more money more quickly, not dealing with Japanese and just maybe like bulking everything out. I have basic formula that looks at market, and then if it's under 20 cents, I mark it to 200 or to 20. Oh, okay, yeah. Just like the same formula that TCG Bulkings was. Is like if. What does he do? It's something like equals if TCG market is like less than whatever, then you have it at 20 cents. But if it's not, then 20 cents. I forgot what the exact formula was. I think I have it saved somewhere. I haven't used like the CSV formula thing in a while, so I think I have it written down or saved somewhere in case I forget. But I did try to make like a new one as well because I offer free shipping. I had created another formula where if a card is between $5 and $5.50 or like $5.75, I have it so it marks it down to $4.99 because I realized I was selling cards that were like in the $5.50 range, and because I offer free shipping, and I was actually losing a little bit of money by selling the cards to them at like let's say $5.50 offer free shipping when I could sell it for $4.99 and charge $1.27 for shipping. So they would pay for the shipping unless they decide to like add on. If they decide to add on like a 19-cent card, then like good for them, I guess. They get free shipping. But a lot of people I realize don't do that. They will get to like $4.80, and I think they're just using the TCG like optimizer, like their the cart optimizer, and they're not adding like extra cards. They're just checking out, and their order comes to like a little over $6 because of that, when they could have just added a couple 19-cent cards and get free shipping. My phone. Phone battery is getting low. I'm gonna start charging it. I don't know if that's how I said it. You'll get a lot of extra sales bulk wise when people try to hit the $5 on an order. Yeah, I realized after I had gone from when I went to offering free shipping over $5, I saw a big increase in sales. So I was like, this is definitely worth it because people are trying to hit that $5 mark. But yeah, like I said, this month it's been super slow. So I am kind of worried about this month. I'm hoping next month is busier. I have a feeling like next month it's going to be a little slow too. But all I can do is I can just try to keep listing more cards. Truck showed up, I can message you or add you on Discord if you want to look into max roll stuff. Wait, max roll? Oh, you mean alpha? Yeah, you can definitely add me. It's my Discord. I can post it for you real quick. Copy username. Is that it? Mox Alpha, you mean? Max roll, that's for not for gaming, isn't it? Like all the builds, like for like PoE and stuff. All right, you too, Car Cargo. Yeah, I was like, why does macro sound so familiar? And I was like, oh, yes. I think I've used it for like Diablo 4. I've used it for PoE. I think I've used it for like other games too. I feel like you're like the only person that really like talks to me in the stream, so I think it's probably just gonna be me again. I'm just gonna grab more drink. Do you always do work at nighttime? No, I'm usually asleep by now, but my sleep schedule is a bit messed up. I am usually a night owl, and I do like to work at night. Um, but yeah, I'm only up right now because my sleep schedule is very messed up. I'm usually in bed. I would have been in bed like 3 or 4 hours ago, but I took a long nap today. So typically I am not up at this time, or I try not to be up. It's just not like good for me to be working this late, even though I do enjoy working late. Yeah, I probably should try to go to bed soon, but I'm not like super tired. I'm worried about going to go like lay down and not feeling like I can really fall asleep and just like laying there. Like sometimes I will just like work until I'm like exhausted, and I'll then be able to like fall asleep more quickly. I've had a hard I sometimes have like a hard time sleeping. What part of Europe are you from, Sven? Belgium, nice. I've actually never been to Europe before. It'd be nice to go to a bunch of different countries in Europe and see what it's like. You know, it's very different compared to here in America. I mean, even going to like the United Kingdom would be very different, like culturally. I remember during COVID, I used to speak to some people that would like live in Europe. I guess like when I used to do a lot of gaming, I played with a lot of French people, which was always very interesting. Old and different languages, yeah, definitely. When you compare it to the United States, like United States, is such a like a baby country compared to a lot of like European countries. United States is one of like the newer countries when you compare it to all the countries out there in the world. We're only like a few hundred years old when some countries have been around for like many more hundreds or thousands of years. So is Magic pretty big in Belgium then? I mean, if you're trying to sell Magic cards, I'm assuming it must be, unless um, you're selling it in different countries other than Belgium. Like, how does it even work when you're playing Magic in European countries? Is like the standard for cards, like for you guys to be playing with cards that are in English? Because there's so many different languages out or in Europe. It's like, is there like a standard language that you guys use when playing Magic, or is it just a mix? So I know Magic has like a bunch of different languages as well. I just like wonder like what it's like basically if you're playing someone from a different country or like a neighboring country. It's like, what if you are trying to read their cards and you have like no idea what their cards do? Belgium is that we're central, so shipping is not too expensive. Oh, that's definitely a benefit. It's not like me. It would be kind of like me being in like Portugal, I guess, right? Portugal's on the very west part, or like the United Kingdom, and like trying to ship cards to like Poland or something. It's just like that distance is kind of far, so it gets kind of expensive. So like whenever I ship things, it takes longer, and if I'm shipping things like in a box, it's more expensive as well. Buying collections might mean that you might buy French, Spanish, Italian cards as well. Oh man, that has to be confusing then. So like, how do you even deal with that? Like, do you need to be able to like know like those different languages? Or I guess it's kind of like me, where like these cards are Japanese, but I'm selling them here in the US essentially. It's a bit of a headache doing it, but I'm able to. Because I'm sure like people are gonna want cards in a specific language, and if there's so many different like languages in Europe, then there may not be as high of a supply of like what you're looking for exactly, unless you're just like okay using a card that's like in a different language that's not like native to you. Which just means you need to be better about like knowing like what the card does exactly. But I feel like even in English, like I have a hard time like remembering what certain cards do, unless they're like common and uncommon cards. Like rare and mythic cards, like I don't see them too often, so I need to be able to like read the card if my opponent has it. My last year of high school, I had 7 languages to study, so I can see which card is. Jeez, I cannot. Like, just trying to juggle. So I'm Chinese and Korean, but I grew up here in the United States. Like, I only know like a little bit of Chinese. Like, trying to juggle like 2 languages is hard already. I can't imagine juggling more than 3 languages. I mostly try to deal with English language. Okay, so I'm assuming there's probably like a lot of people in Europe that probably know English. I mean, English language cards, I'm assuming, are the most widely printed, just because of here in the United States. Like Wizards of the Coast that, prints Magic, they are in the state that I live in. So it's just like nice being so close to, I guess, like where the company is. And I guess it's also nice that like just English is the universal language here in the US. So the only cards you really ever see are English cards. Like I do see like other language cards every once in a while, but you don't ever see people using cards in like different languages for the most part, other than English. Problem here is we use Card Market. Yeah, I've heard of Card Market, and we can see prices of a card that has been sold today, yesterday, or last month, but not the volume. Is it only those three options, today, yesterday, or last month? You can't see like all the cards that have been sold within the month? I guess it's a little bit more of a free market in that way if you're unable to see too many prices. So the prices can like vary more, which I guess it can be a good and a bad thing, especially if you're trying to like negotiate for prices. But if it's just like bulk cards, I suppose bulk cards might have a little bit more value in Europe. Not the volume. Oh, that's... I've never actually gone through the Card Market website, but I've heard of people in Europe using that website, which is like comparable to TCG Player here. Let me actually like look at it real quick. Card Market. I've actually never tried to like browse through Card Market before. No, Card Market is hiring. Search for card. I don't want to search for card. Let's just click on a card. You don't know if you're explaining it right? I'll look. You can see 20 prices depending on popularity sometimes. Or popularity, sometimes you don't see the latest price. Last sold was like 3 weeks ago. Let me see. Oh, I think I understand. Okay, so that gives you the average, the 1-day average. I guess that's kind of nice. It gives you the 1-day average, a 7-day average, and the 30-day average. I probably wouldn't ever use the 1-day average. The 7-day average could be useful. The 30-day average might be the best, but like being able to see those averages is nice. I wish we had stats like that on TCG Player. Price trend from, so is, what does that mean? Does that mean like 88 cents is, sorry, let me switch my screens real quick so you kind of see what I'm seeing. I'm looking at like Smuggler Surprise. I remember seeing this in Outlaws of Thunder Junction, so I guess a little bit more familiar with the card. Looks like you guys have a graph. So what, this is like the daily average? From is the cheapest price? Okay. But I don't see it here. It says it's 108 euros. And this person's like undercutting everyone. Then it goes to 13, or I don't know what it's called. 0.13 more euros. Seems like kind of like the regulars, like 184. Okay, so you don't. It's not like TCG Player where you can actually see, like we have, view more data, and you can see like every single sale that was like done each day. Like ours, it's like broken down more, which I can understand. Like having this screen is kind of nice. It can be 2-cent Italian card. The first people are UK sellers. Oh yes, it gives you the flag. That's interesting. So it tells you where they live or where the card is coming from. And it also tells you the language. Wow, that's so confusing to buy cards. They sell to the mainland, you pay import taxes, so the cards are quite expensive. Wait, import taxes? Oh, so cards coming from the UK to the main continent of Europe, there's an import tax. And what, the buyer has to pay that? That has to be so confusing. Like I would hate to have to like figure out how much you need to pay. You can filter cards? What, so like to like not show any of the ones coming from like the UK or something? So like here, seller location. Okay. Seller type. Huh, I don't know what these are. Private, professional, power seller. UK left the European Union, so now there are import taxes. Okay, I don't really know the politics of Europe. How long ago did they leave the EU? Like, why would they leave the EU? I feel like being part of the European Union is just, there's good pros to that. Minimum condition. There's a lot more filters. Card quantity and language. Oh, that's, I mean, that's nice that you guys have like more filters. Foiled, sign, altered. We don't have these options. I mean, we have foiled. We don't have sign or altered though. Quantity. Ah, it's nice that you guys have the quantity. Like for us, there's no quantity thing. Like if I'm going through here, there's no way I can filter. Like I want to find someone that has at least like 4 copies of a particular card. You need to go down the list and do it yourself. So you guys have some like nicer features to your guys' like standard website. So like I guess people that actually are on continent of Europe, can you like make it so you don't see any ones from the UK? I guess you can like select them all other than the UK, so you hide all the people from the UK. That has to suck though. Like if you live in the UK and you're trying to sell cards, your cards probably won't sell, or I can understand like why they're the cheapest, because you need to pay some sort of tax. It's easy to buy places, that's for sure. Yeah, it's definitely easier compared to TCG Player. You can actually put notes here, which is nice. From booster to sleeve, that's nice. I wonder what roadmap means. Réunion Island in France? Huh. Why they put that? I mean, you can see it's a French card and they live in France. Sales, number, available items. Oh, interesting. You can hover and see. Huh. People have smaller inventories in Europe. Much smaller. Like, I don't see anyone that has like 1,000. These are very tiny inventories. They only have eBay left, if I'm honest. Oh, yeah. I see things that get shipped out of like the UK, and I see like how much they have to charge for shipping, and it's crazy. It's interesting, but yeah, I can see like having to use this graph and only being able to see what, I'm assuming this is like the daily average. May not be good, but I guess this is like better than nothing. So at least you know, like it's like the last 4 days, the Smuggler's Surprise, it's been going down in price, but it's been averaging pretty well. It only goes as far back as, oh, so you only get a month's worth, which, yeah, I guess that's one downside. You only get a month's worth, but at least it breaks it down per day, whereas we can get, you can pick, I think the shortest is like a month, and we get the graph as well, and we can see how many sold that day. Well, we can do 3 months, 6 months, and even a year to see all the stats. If you go to left, you can filter on English language. Yeah, but I guess what I was like saying is it would be nice to filter out, like, because you're from Belgium, right? So you're probably not going to be buying cards from the UK unless they're like very cheap because of the extra taxes or fees. It's a popular item. If you do booster boxes, it might go further into the past. Oh, interesting. So what, like foundations, play booster, let's say, or let's do jumpstart. I guess no, this is too new. Murders at Karlov Manor. Sure, play booster. Oh, this one doesn't though. This one only goes to a month. Guess it depends on how popular it is. Oh wait, this is only... Oh, this is per pack. I want to see how much does a whole box cost. Karlov Manor. Play booster box. I guess it goes a little bit further, not that much more. It's only December 18th, though. So, 6 days further. How much does this cost there? What does that mean? Oh, professional. They must sell a lot. Oh, this person has a lot of available items. This person has over 100,000 available items in their inventory, which is pretty good. Cheap enough for everyone to buy one in a while. Try Infinity. Infinity. Is there a draft booster box? It's only collector booster. Oh, they just wait. They just call it booster box. Oh yeah, this one goes back a year. I don't know what the conversion rate from euros to dollars is. I know euros has more value than the US dollar, I believe. That's kind of cool, though. It looks like most of the sealed stuff is all in English, even though everyone lives in different countries. I guess the one downside is you don't know how much shipping is going to cost. Because it tells you the price of the item, but you don't know unless it's free shipping. I don't know how Card Market works. With ours, we write down how much the shipping is going to cost. For our cards, it clearly states it's $1.27 for shipping, and if you order more than 5 cards, you get free shipping. But I guess here in Card Market it doesn't say, but maybe when you're checking out it shows you. It's getting closer to 1-to-1. Okay. I always knew that euros was a little stronger than the US dollar. I think Infinity is a special set, only got printed in English. Oh, okay. That's good to know. You have to log in, free shipping doesn't exist. Oh. I can see how selling of cards in Europe might be a little bit more difficult then. And it's more so a lot of trades or sales might happen locally. Which means cards probably don't really get moved around as much, compared to here in the US. I ship cards everywhere here in the US, so the cards can go in every which way. Whereas in Europe, it may not circulate as much. So I can see how maybe cards in Europe might go for a bit more because of that. Finding the specific cards that you need might be a little bit harder. Yeah, that's pretty cool though. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing. I keep getting distracted. sorting. We'll start all over. You probably don't lose money as a seller in shipping cards. Might even make a bit of money. You mean here in the US? Okay, in Europe. Yeah, especially if the buyer is always paying for cards, but I guess like as a buyer, if I need to pay for shipping for everything, and if shipping is really expensive, and if there's like other taxes and fees that I need to pay, I will probably try to buy my cards locally at like a card shop or just like other private sellers rather than trying to buy it online. But I don't know what it's like to buy and sell cards in Europe. I don't know how difficult it is and like how much like extra you may need to pay. Like especially if you're like just like looking for some bulk cards, so some like just common and uncommon cards, like you're not gonna want to have to pay like a few dollars in shipping just to get like your cards, or a few, I guess, euros in shipping just to get some really cheap cards. I think that's why a lot of people here in the US, when they buy their cards from someone, they try to buy from people that have like a big inventory, which is like what I'm trying to do. So, you know, they only have to pay like $1.27 for shipping, but they're able to get like a bunch of cards from that one person. It's hard to get specific cards locally. Yeah, I can imagine that's probably how it's like. It sounds like it's tough to play trading card games. I mean, even with like Magic being, I don't know if Magic is like the most popular game in Europe, like trading card game, or it could be Pokemon as well. Pokemon is very collectible, but I feel like when it comes to playing card games, Magic is like the most popular one. Magic's a big player, yeah. I can see a lot of people that may play Magic in Europe would be willing to open boxes in order to get the cards that they need, rather than trying to buy singles unless they're like expensive singles. Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Flesh and Blood, and recently big players like One Piece and Lorcana. Okay, so it's like the same like here in the US. Oh wow. Okay, so it's 2,000 player tournaments get sold out in a few minutes. That's pretty nuts. I don't think tournaments here get sold out that fast unless it's a really big one. Like there are some like big Magic ones here. 2K player tournaments are big tournaments here. Oh, okay. I don't know how big like the Magic tournaments here in the US get. I know it can get pretty big. I've just never been to any before. Like we have like for pre-releases at where I go to, it's about, I think they can hold as many as almost 150 to 200 players in a store, and those do sell out, but you know weeks in advance when there's going to be like a pre-release for Magic, and it does take a while for it to sell out, but the last week before the pre-release, it does start to sell out like fairly quickly. Okay. Done with this one. It does sound like you guys have like more difficulties though in order just to play a card game. Like buying cards being in like different languages. Like how does that work? Like if you're you know, if you're from Spain and you're playing someone in Germany and you don't know what the card does and you're trying to read their card and you can't understand their cards because it's like in a different language, like how do you deal with that? You ask a judge to help. Oh, so judges must. You must have judges that speak different languages too. Then. Pre-releases here are between 30 and 40 players. A store does a max of 4 releases per set, so that's 120 to 160 to sell. Okay, so like the smaller stores here, they're probably in the 30 to 40 player size. But the place that I go to is this really big, massive, like card store. So they have a ton of space, and that's why they're able to do such big pre-releases. But like the nearest card store to me, I think they can maybe do like 50 to 60 people for a pre-release. Scan the cards and give the translation. Yeah, but can you understand like how there's like more things you guys need to do in order to just like play the game, whereas like, you know, here we don't have to worry about scanning a card. All the cards here are going to be in English. I feel like people like, even like me, trying to read a card in English and like understanding like what the card does is already like difficult enough sometimes. Like with how complicated the Magic cards can be, and like how to understand like how a card works, trying to like translate a card and then like understand like what the card does, that has to be difficult. Last normal Magic was created in the US, yeah. There was a Wizards of the Coast store that I used to go to when I was younger, and I would buy cards there, and I would even play Magic there. They don't have those anymore though. It was really cool when they did have Wizards of the Coast stores. It's a very old school thing. as a person that only like understands and speaks English, if I had to like move to Europe and play like Magic, I don't know if I would play Magic. It seems like it almost like seems like too much of a hassle. Unless like the people I played with all had like cards that were in English. It'd be so hard to be able to like build decks and get the cards that you need. I'm sure like if you were to like if you lived in Europe and you were to try to buy cards here, like buy it from sellers here in the US, it would cost like a lot of money as well. So it may not be worth it to try and like import cards that were in English here from here in the US from Europe. There's a factory not too far from here that produces Magic cards, so it's not too bad. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how that works, but it makes probably sense for the different languages to be printed in Europe rather than like printing them here in the US and then having to like ship them to Europe. But yeah, finding that card that you want in the language that you want it would probably be difficult because like how many people actually buy like English cards in Europe? These some come from Belgium? I actually have not like looked to see where they were printed from. Is one of the big printing factories in Belgium? I always forget like where certain cards get printed. I know like Japan has one. So typically cards that are printed in Japan for Magic, from what I've heard, are usually like the best quality. And then the other ones from like other countries end up not being too good. Let me grab one of my packs real quick. I have like a Foundations one. Does it actually say where it's printed? Says where Wizards of the Coast is, which is like where I live. This one says made in the USA. Maybe this one was actually printed here. I know cards get printed in different parts. Japan does a lot of collector boot boxes. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, this one doesn't say. It just says that it's made in the USA, so I'm not sure if... I mean, I'm sure the US has a factory here that prints them as well, but I figure a lot of cards get printed outside the US as well. Yeah. It doesn't seem to say. That's pretty cool though that you guys actually have a factory there in Belgium, so you guys are able to get them, like, it's probably like more widely available. It's easier for distribution to have factories around the world. I mean, yeah, I mean, that does make sense. I guess I didn't know up until like recently how popular like trading card games were like around the world as well. Like Magic, I always thought was just like a game that people played here in the United States and maybe like in Canada as well, but not so much in other countries. To get access to distribution, yeah, I don't know how difficult it is for people in Europe to get access to distribution, but here in the US it's pretty hard. It's pretty difficult. I would like to get to that point, but I know I'm very far away from that point. Like, I don't see myself getting distribution for over a year for sure. Unless I am somehow able to, like, really, like, grow the business very quickly. Especially since I'm just like only really doing bulk cards. Like, you're not gonna be making a ton of money just selling bulk cards and having big sales. Like, you need to definitely be selling more than just bulk. Need a VAT number first? What's a VAT number? Is that kind of like a business license? Sounds kind of like a business license. Yeah, I need to slowly get to that point as well. I don't feel like I need one right now. I feel like what I'm doing right now is like a very small business still. But I know as I grow and the bigger I may eventually get, it would be a good idea to apply for one. I just don't feel like it's necessary yet. It's almost like 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I know I should definitely try to go to bed soon. This is gonna be like really bad. I don't want to be getting up like super late either. Still not like really tired yet though. Almost midday there. It's like almost like 12 o'clock noon. I remember when I used to stream a lot, like on Twitch TV when I was younger. I used to stream up until like the sun would come up here. And I remember getting a lot of European viewers around this time as well. I felt like I had a decently large European audience that would watch me stream. I play kind of like music like this, and I would play different like digital card games, kind of like Magic Arena. I mean, Magic Arena didn't exist back then, but you know, games that are like that. And I would just like talk to the stream and game, and it was very chill and relaxing. I think that's kind of like what I was hoping to kind of do, having a stream here on YouTube now. Is just like focus on like working, sorting, and having people to talk to while I worked. Like I know like everyone that lives here in the US is probably like asleep, so it's not good to be streaming at this time for like a US audience. Although people on the east coast of the US are probably, people that are up early are probably getting up soon or up. Yeah, stable hours. People from everywhere around the world will come when it's a good time for them. Yeah. I don't know how much I will stream. I think streaming when I'm like doing this, sorting is good. Maybe like when I'm like packing orders, but like I try to make videos of myself like packing orders. I'm still trying to figure out, I guess like what type of content is good to make. I don't get too much feedback from people. Like I've been trying to ask what everyone wants to see. I mean, the channel is like slowly growing, which is good. I just don't know like what people are interested in seeing. I mean, especially if they do have interest in seeing like what I do. So if I know like what kind of content people are hoping to see, then I can focus on making that type of content. But right now I'm just I'm kind of basically just like exploring and trying just like different things to see like what might work and what may not work. I think that's why I've been streaming the last 2 days to see if people will actually even come into the stream, or especially like new and old people that have never seen the stream before, or even if people will even like watch like these old videos once they get posted after the stream is done. I feel like it just doesn't hurt to give it a try and see what works for now while I'm starting out. Business related or opening boxes are good points. Yeah, since I'm not really focused on opening boxes right now with all the bulk that I have, unless it's like opening boxes of like the bulk that I have, if that like I don't imagine like opening boxes and sorting through bulk like what I'm doing now is very entertaining. Business related stuff, I'm not super knowledgeable in it, so I don't feel like I can give like good advice on it. I think that's why I try to talk about like how I do things, but I don't talk about it in a way where like I am knowledgeable on those particular things. It's just basically how I would deal with things. Thinking about making videos of box opening with pricing, but noob, so it might be too hard. I mean, it never hurts to just try to get started. What was it? I think there's like a European guy that I've seen on YouTube that does like box openings. I think he's European, but I think he will use Card Market as well. What is his YouTube? I think it's like TCG Love or something. And he seems like he opens a lot of like Magic product. You didn't do any research before delving into this? I actually did a good amount of research before deciding to do this. But even all that research, it won't do anything unless... I feel like it won't do anything unless you actually have, like, first-hand experience. So I can only go by, like, the experience I have. And, you know, I haven't really been doing this for that long, so... I don't feel like I'm super knowledgeable. I just know, like, whenever I've dealt with a situation, this is how I handled it. Like, when I got the first negative feedback, this is how I handled it. This is how I, like, pack my cards. This is how I sort my cards. This is how I list my cards. So, I have, like, that kind of advice to give. I just don't know. It's, like, not the optimal way of, like, maybe doing something, but I try to, like, let people know that, and that, you know, like, I'm learning as I go. Like, I feel like I'm starting to build my systems. I'm starting to have my workflow better. Like, I remember when I used to, like, pack one order. It would take me a long time just to pack one order because I didn't know how to, like, fold my invoices. I didn't know, like, how I should, like, tape the cards, like, how to pack the cards, how to tape the cards in the envelope. So everything took, like, a lot longer. And it's more streamlined now, and I'm much more faster at it. Like, even sorting cards, like, I used to, like, get each card and I'd put, okay, this card goes there, this card goes there. And I think that it's not, like, slow doing it that way. I feel like the way that I'm sorting cards now is much more faster and it's much more mindless. Like, so, like, all the cards, I'm grabbing all of, all of these cards are all the same cards. I'm just grabbing all of one card, taking them out. So I don't really have to think about it. Whenever I see that card, I take it out of the pile and I sort that way. I find that, like, doing it this way is a little bit more mindless to me. It may not be the fastest way, but for me, it makes it so I can do, like, other things. I can, like, listen to music. I can watch a TV show or a movie and be sorting and not really having to think about it. Because if I'm doing, like, one card at a time and sorting, then I need to pay attention a little bit more. So I guess it's, like, stuff like that that I feel like I'm able to kind of teach or, like, maybe, like, give advice on. But I feel like for every person, the way that they do things is going to be different person to person. Some people may not like doing it this way. I find that this way is... It's useful for me. I kind of do this, like, even, like, when I play Magic or when I go to a pre-release. Like, I try to be as efficient as possible in the pre-release. When I get my 6 packs, I open up every single pack. I know a lot of people, they like to do 1 pack at a time. I open all of my packs and I just stack it onto like one big thing, and then I just pull out all my rares and I sort it by color. I want to be able to see like what cards I have as quickly as possible, and to see like what my strong rares are, strong rares and mythics, and then from there I can then decide, like, look through my other commons and uncommons and decide, like, oh, can I go red? Can I go green? Can I go white? Like, do I have the commons and uncommons to support it? Do I have enough removal? Is there like any synergy between the colors? Yeah, I guess there's like more content like that I think about making. Like, even like when I go to the Aether Drift like pre-release, you know, maybe I'll save my decks and I don't know, like do videos on like what my seal pull look like. Figure like maybe stuff like that could be potentially kind of interesting for people to see, even though it's not like business related. Maybe other players that do like play Magic will appreciate seeing like why I decided to build my deck the way I did. I don't feel like I'm an amazing Magic player, but I feel like I'm like an average Magic player.
no streamer has ever given this to anybody. All other streamers give you like EXs, booster packs. Let's go, you hopped in. Thank you so much. What, you hopped in again? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Oh, you want chip seal? Okay, don't worry. I got you. This is time for a vacation. Let's go, you hopped in. Thank you.